slightly different setup today. Just need to do a quick check. Check all the things. Mic issue. Oh no! Okay. How about now? I've switched the mic to the internal mic, one on the front. Okay? Hi everyone, how's it going? Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. I think we'll go grab a seat somewhere. This one just updated. Alright. Need a little bit. How are you doing? How's your... Well, for me it's Friday afternoon. Very warm Auckland day. If you see my other videos and thought this is cool, but I just want a simple, easy way to do in real life live streams, then this is the video for you. Today I'm going to share with you a stripped down version of what I'd use when all else fails. Are we good? Are we good? Are we okay? Better? Okay, right, great. Now, I can now hear the preview, so you really need that to be able to find out if there are any issues. Oh, good. Birds are chirping. Great, great. Okay. That happens with IRL a lot. So regardless of what app you'll use, I think it is a drift between the video and audio. That's my theory. And then things like that start happening. It's like with the audio, the video, it starts glitching out. So whether I've used the Moblin, IRL Pro, Box, whatever, they can all suffer that kind of glitching. So yeah, we won't blame that first part on Moblin there. It happens. Happened when I first got into this 2, 3, 4 years ago, and it's still happening now. So maybe one day we'll be free of that glitch, but not today. Yeah, how are you guys doing? Never Moblin, exactly. Never Moblin. Yeah. So one thing I noticed when I was setting up, and we were in the starting soon scene, is the bitrate dropped to 250. Now I've seen that lately when I've had an external camera. Don't have one right now, but we will add one later. But yeah, no, that was definitely the connection. So something about this area, or at least in that moment, our connection got a bit rough there. and we were all the way down to 250 kilobits. Didn't disconnect from what I could tell. I did see a message about low bit rate, meaning our connection is a bit rough, and it was at 250 kilobits. It did recover, but I guess the video and the audio didn't fully recover as well. And sometimes when that happens, you've just got to end the stream, start up again, and you really need something like disconnect protection to hold your stream together while you turn off your camera or iPhone Moblin IRL Pro and then restart. So a couple of weeks ago we did a test with IRL Pro. Same thing happened. We went through a building with some lifts and it went to BRB, so we were wondering if IRL Pro, at least my version of IRL Pro, would come back from BRB using Loop SRT, I believe. Yeah, Loop SRT, IRL Pro, that combo. When you go to BRB, would it automatically scene switch from BRB back to the live cam? Now, it'd been a while since I'd used that combo. I was like, yeah, pretty sure it did. But I couldn't really answer definitively. We did that test. It did come back, but we had a very similar audio glitch there. Yeah, where the audio stuttery and then it goes out of sync with the video and things like that. So the usual fix is to stop streaming in your IRL app, Moblin, IRL Pro, BellaBox, whatever, and then restart. Now I think it may also have something to do with the media source in OBS. That's my theory, because that's been the one common thing throughout all the time that I've live streamed, as I always live stream to that. So maybe we can blame the media source in OBS. It has gotten better. I don't really see that issue as much. Just going to clean my camera lens here. What, 100%, yeah, indeed. Alright, so today's stream topic was my top 10 reasons or features that I love in Moblin and what makes it such a great IRL live streaming app. The best, I would say, definitely 2025. 2024 I think was when I first started using it. 2026, what do you think? Maybe. I've heard rumours of other apps and folks are working on other things, and maybe we'll see if there's anyone else that jumps into the space. But I would say right now, today, as you're watching this live stream live, Moblin is definitely the best IRL live streaming app available for everyone who has an iPhone. I'll just say that last part. Fortunately, there is an Android version, but maybe we'll see something like it on the Android side. But if you've got an iPhone, even an old one like my one, iPhone 11, then you should try this app. It's such a good app. And I'm going to show you a couple of reasons why I'm a really big fan of it. Minsoro, hey, how's it going? How are you? Never Moblin. Let me just check through the messages here. I'm so used to using Moblin in portrait mode. It's a little bit of an adjustment back to landscape. I wanted to start off with something that most people would start off with, and that's where you're using your phone. You don't have an external camera, don't have a fancy action camera, and maybe you have a microphone connected with some of the must-have features I talk about for IRL live streaming, like disconnect protection. Keep in mind, if this could do everything I wanted for IRL, I'd be doing it all the time. So there's a reason why I have those other videos. More on that later. Okay, with that out of the way, you're going to need these 5 things. A decent Android or iPhone with good video, audio and stabilization, a selfie stick or tripod, a battery bank and cable to keep your phone charged, and maybe a wireless mic like this one. Also an unlimited mobile data plan, or enough for 1 gigabyte of data for every hour. Actually, this is a good spot to test out the disconnect protection. Wait a minute, are we back? I think we are now back. Okay. Oh, I know. I'm not bonding. I'm purely using the cellular out of the iPhone, and it is 4G. I've got to turn on the the hotspot. So let me do that, very important. Maybe this is what you would start off with when you're just getting into IRL. You would just have one phone, you wouldn't have a second phone as your hotspot, right? So this is an idea of what it's like when you're first getting into it. I still have somewhat of a fancy setup. Actually, let me take a photo of it first before we do anything else. That's gonna smile. Okay. Need to clearly see the receiver there. Right now, in fact, you should be able to see it. Just took a photo of it, and maybe that'll pop up for you guys any minute now. So, hello there, how are you? Just wait for the message to pop up. Usually it just takes a couple seconds. Let me check, see if I'm signed into my account over here. Yeah, I'm signed in. So usually it just takes a couple seconds for that photo to pop up for you guys. Here we go, today's first photo. Okay, so what you should be looking at, we've got the iPhone 11. That is my main streaming phone, has been for a while. We've got the DJI Mic Mini receiver plugged into the iPhone. Got the transmitter here under my top. We've got like a little phone holder thing for the iPhone with a quick release mount on it. Oh, thanks. And then we've got the invisible selfie stick that we've got the everything on. Now it's a little fancier than what most people start off with. So it might be the flowers in the area driving my nose a little crazy. But I would often recommend that you use something like this. So this is your lens, the little mini tripod. You can pop your phone into it. So for example, you can pop your phone in like that way. You've got like a little transformer basically. So it's a good sort of start off to getting into this sort of thing. I like it because it's got lots of different modes. So you could use it like a phone grip. Like that. So we are taking photos. I could take one. If I had this connected to my phone, then I could just press that button and it would snap the photo in the camera app. So let's just try another one. Okay, and smile guys. Okay, so there's their photo. Going to say keep. And you'll have a close-up look of the gear here. But usually you'd start off a lot simpler than this. Like way simpler. Maybe no phone holder, no little tripod thing like this. You'd get in a nutshell. Next up, download Streamlabs Mobile from Google Play or the App Store. We're going with this app because it's available for iPhone and Android and does most of what we want for IRL live streaming. The default stream settings should be fine, but just for reference, I have mine set to 1080p 30 frames per second with a maximum bitrate of 3500 kilobits per second. In the scene settings, I've added a new scene and changed some of the widgets to hidden on stream. This way I can see them on my phone screen without them being shown to my viewers. After you've gone through and tweaked the settings, scenes and widgets, go back to the main app page with the Go Live button. There should be a way to flip the camera back and forth, mute, unmute the mic, turn on or off the stream, switch scenes and more. When you're ready, tap on the Go Live button and follow the steps to stream to Facebook, Twitch or YouTube. Finally, let's quickly cover disconnect protection and how it works in Streamlabs Mobile. Normally this is a premium only feature as part of their Ultra subscription service, but I'm going to show you how to redeem it for free. But as a brand new user, you'll have to go live at least once with the Streamlabs Mobile app. Okay, welcome back. Now I've just added the hotspot from this phone because we kept cutting out. Reason being iPhone 11 very old, 4G only, old everything basically. Your Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, you name, all those things are really old. But this other phone here that I'm using as a hotspot, newer technology, 4G, 5G, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. So when you have this as a hotspot and you're using Moblin with a service like BattleBox Cloud, you're able to join those two connections together. We've got cellular of the iPhone and also the Wi-Fi from this phone bonded together inside of Moblin. Now with the setup, we shouldn't have any more, as I shouldn't, double air quotes, any more connection issues. And things are looking a lot healthier, a lot happier with, ooh, is that rain? Yeah, I think it might be raining. Weird, because it was hot as just minutes ago. We'll sort of wait it out a little bit. Okay, yeah, so things are looking a lot better. We were dropping to 250 kilobits a couple of times right up until this point of the stream. So we're at, I don't know how long I've been streaming for, because every time it does stop, it resets the timer. But for however long we've been streaming, we were on the single SIM before, SIM card only in the iPhone. Now we have the bonded connection, SIM phone in the iPhone, also 5G of the S20 Ultra. So that's going to improve things with our connectivity, and that's one thing I'd recommend you do, and a great feature. It wasn't in my list, but bonding, being able to join two connections or more into your streaming app so that you won't have as many technical issues like we were having in the first part of our streaming. Yeah, so being able to bond, and there's, I guess, feature number one that Moblin can do. Whereas even my most popular video on my channel about Streamlabs, that video there, and that app, great if you just need something for maybe a single stream, a couple streams a month, IRL, and then yeah, I'd say nothing wrong with good old Streamlabs mobile. But if you want to do more, if you want to integrate it with your setup that you already have, be able to switch from IRL to your home setup, do a lot more with your streaming, then apps like Moblin make a huge difference. Yeah, so there is, how do I put this? Hold on, what was the question again? Let me check. There, and bonding is done in BattleBox Pro as well, you said. Now, with Moblin, you can connect to another device using lots of different ways. One of them is with a service called BattleBox Cloud, and BattleBox Cloud is $10 a month. So what happens is your mobile connection goes to BattleBox Cloud, and then BattleBox Cloud could go to, let's say, your home computer if you're doing a self-hosted setup like what I'm doing. Now, one of the benefits of a service like BattleBox Cloud, there's a technology called SRTLA, is it provides bonding. Bonding is where you can join those multiple connections. And in fact, Moblin have developed a separate standalone app for Android called Moblin. So I guess that's feature number two. And Moblin lets you bond more than two connections in a mobile phone. And so, for example, at the moment with what I have, I can bond these two. So you can bond with the phone, cellular, and the iPhone, and also the Wi-Fi from the S20 Ultra. But let's say I had a third, fourth, fifth Android phone with their own SIM cards on different providers, then I could install Moblin onto all those Android devices and then bond those connections and make the streaming phone even better. You know, if it's glitching out, maybe you need to bond another connection and another one and another one. It depends on your area where you're trying to stream, how many connections you need to bond maybe one provider is struggling that day. There's a bottleneck in the area, a big convention or something, and everyone from their single provider is there in the same place. And that's where having a provider, another provider, can help with bottlenecks like that. Maori, how's it going? How are you doing? Yeah, Bellabog Scout is probably the most well-known. When they jumped on the scene, there wasn't really anyone else doing something like that. So I like to promote it. It started with an IRL streamer, Rational IRL, who I believe put it all together, maybe with help from other folks, don't know, maybe he did all of it himself. So it was already established when I heard about it. But excuse me. Kia ora. Doing good, just cleaning up the house, that's the one. Good on you. The big cleanup day for me was yesterday. Gotta get the vacuum out, tidy up, do my part for the household, you know. I got it. Taking notes. Nice. Alright. There are other services, not just Bellabog Cloud. So Bellabog Cloud was maybe the first in that area, SRTLA, extending what the original protocol called SRT could do. Of course, now there's lots of other protocols you can look into, RIST being a new one, and then there's some proprietary ones as well, and they all provide a different approach to that whole thing. But yeah, bonding, very important, as you guys could tell from the very first part of the stream. Hopefully I didn't lose a few of you when it disconnected there a couple of times. But you definitely also want to have some form of disconnect protection. So when my connection dropped, if I was streaming directly to a platform, that would have been it. No more stream, that's it. Whereas when you've got some kind of disconnect protection, there are other names for it. That's just the one that I know by failover, or what else? Yeah, basically when your connection drops, then you need something that's going to hold your overall stream together, so that when you come back from that disconnect, your stream and your viewers are still there. Yeah, so I cover disconnect protection on my channel. I've got a couple of videos on that, and then StreamAds Mobile, they've got their own form of disconnect protection. I think that's what they call it, and they've got I'll say a basic form of it. In my last test of their disconnect protection, it'll show a default video that you'll be right back, and you had no way of being able to change it. I think it was on their roadmap, I guess. So they hadn't ruled it out completely, but the Twitch mobile app has it now. Okay, that's cool, because disconnect protection was only in their desktop version. So if you disconnect it on your desktop, it would have this guy and the purple wavy thing in the background. So it would have that screen, like a default disconnect screen, but it only lasted for 90 seconds. So whereas when you've got something more robust, it will last for as long as you are going to be away. So let's say you deliberately need to go BRB, maybe bathroom break or something like that. So private time, you're having a discussion with somebody, you don't want that on stream. Rather than going privacy mode, you go to BRB, where your viewers can watch a video or something. Then you can stop the stream, BRB, and then come back whenever. So whether it's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, or longer, whatever, then you can do that with that kind of setup. And yeah, that's one limitation of the Streamlabs one. I think from memory, when I last tried it, it would try to reconnect 5 times, and after the 5th time, I think it then stopped. So it wasn't like a disconnect protection the way that I have my one set up. It will just keep going for as long as you're offline, whether it's on purpose or not. Yeah, so there's pros, cons to some of these, and ideally, we need to get back to Moblin, but yeah, ideally, in terms of disconnect protection, one that's going to hold your stream together for as long as you're offline, and then you're able to come back from it when you want, rather than having that 90-second time limit. Great to see that Twitch has it now for their mobile app. Yeah. I noticed that one of the apps had a somewhat looking BRB scene in the app. So you click the button BRB, I think it still had audio. It had a video in there that it would show. I think it was while you're live. It wasn't an offline BRB. Unless they've changed it. Now they could have been the Twitch or the YouTube app. If someone knows, let us know. I use so many different apps, sometimes it's easy to get them confused. Let's see. I'm going to demonstrate some of my favorite features as well. We're going to do a screen share in the app, and that way you'll be able to see them. So it's one thing to talk about something, but I think it's a lot better if you can actually see what I'm talking about as well. So there will be one of those things in my top 10 list of Moblin features, being able to screen share. Yeah, so we'll do that. Before then, we will need to switch to an external camera. And I want to set something up, which I haven't done yet, while we're live. So that's something I'm going to do too. Can't wait to see, yeah, okay. Now, some of these you would have seen me doing, but I haven't really talked about it that much, fully. Whereas the stream, that's where I plan to do that. Okay, alright. So we're going to go a little more back to basics in terms of setup of that. Because there's something I want to be able to show anyone who was here for my last live stream. That's where we were streaming with IRL Pro. Now we started off with a basic setup in that one. That's where we just had the phone. We had on a little mini tripod and no external audio. So what you're hearing now, we've got the transmitter here, we've got the receiver plugged into the phone, we're on a tall tripod, that you guys saw earlier. We're going to go a little more, sort of roll it back a bit, and then we're going to build up the setup. And in order for me to demonstrate some of the things I want to, I will have to get to the bit where we've got the, what I prefer to use. External camera, microphone into the external camera, so we'll get to that part, and that's where I'll be able to demonstrate everything fully, because there's a few things in here with this setup now that I can't do that I can with the other one. So for example, being able to hear my stream, I can't hear it at the moment. It doesn't really work that well when I'm in landscape mode. It's weird. I got Moblin in landscape mode, and usually I would have the Kick app open playing the stream so I can hear the audio. But when Moblin's in landscape mode, the Kick app won't play. I think it has to be in portrait mode or something. Yeah, it just refuses. Refuses to work in landscape mode. Or at least while Moblin is in landscape mode. Weird, eh? Nourish, hello. Well, if I answer that question, let's see. Firstly, I like all the features that it has. It's got a lot of features. In fact, I'm going to cover 10. I think I may have done one already, or maybe a couple. But it has so many features that are helpful for streamers. Active development, yeah, that is for sure. When I opened up the app today, I was on build 4, I think. And I think we were at build 30. So you just go away for a day or two, and then boom, you've got a whole bunch of updates in test flight. Very active. That's probably one of the best things. It's not something that as a user you kind of think about, but it's nice to know that when you open up the app, at least if you've got the test flight version of Moblin, you go in and say, oh wow, there's a whole bunch more updates in the app. I wonder what cool features are in there today. You do need to be signed up to the test flight program. If you don't know what that is, it's where you're able to beta test an app before it's released to the proper app store. So all the guinea pigs like myself, we're keen to give it a go. Flaws and all, how about the folks in the Moblin team? Give them their feedback and say, this is working great, I love it, or hey guys, this isn't working on my phone, can you do something please? Which I haven't really needed to do. With my old as iPhone 11. Is Moblin on Android? It is not, unfortunately. Moblin is just iPhone. I would suggest maybe after watching today's stream, consider it. You don't need a new iPhone. You don't have to buy a super expensive, the latest model. I've got an iPhone 11. I've been able to stream with that, and they're pretty cheap, cheap as chips now. So you could consider getting a refurbished iPhone 11, because I know at least that model works with Moblin. And perhaps if you've got a really good hotspot, maybe your daily driver is a new phone, Android, and then that combo would do well together. So I've got an iPhone 11 and an S20 Ultra. S20 Ultra is what, 3 years or 3 generations old now. So I think their price has gone down. As a hotspot, it's a really good hotspot for the iPhone and Moblin. In fact, that combo together, both phones are pretty happy. They don't really overheat or anything. When I was using IRL Pro the other day as my streaming phone on the S20 Ultra, boy was it burning through battery. I wasn't used to it. So as a mobile hotspot, like how I'm using the S20 Ultra today, I'd end a 4 or 5 hour stream on maybe 60% battery, so barely anything, despite all the stuff that it's doing. What is the recent update that surprised you? What is a recent update? Or did I say something about a recent update? I'm not sure. Let's see. One of the most recent updates I quite like. At first I wasn't sure about it, and that was how they've rejuggled, or the updates that they've done to their what do they call it, interactive chat. So now when you press the chat icon, there's a quick button, it'll bring up a chat window. It'll give you moderation features, so you can go in, you can moderate, so a whole ton of for Kick and Twitch. So yeah, I wasn't sure about it at first, change and all that, but after giving it a go, and I love that they also added one of my favorite features, which is predefined messages. That's on the list of top 10 as kind of like a macro or shortcut. They added that as a quick button. So if you want quick access to predefined messages, you just press a button, you're right there. So that just speed that step up even further. So it's like fantastic. But yeah, there's all these features in there, and it can be a little overwhelming for sure. If you're brand new to IRL, you're like, wow, where do I begin? But it's like anything, once you learn it, dig into those features, you'll be surprised by all the things you can do with it. And I've seen attempts to make it even better, especially with creating a stream, how there's now a kind of wizard to create a stream. You can select a scene, etc. So that's all nice. And with the active development on it at the moment, you can tell it's just going to get better, more easy friendly. And in fact, they've got like an easy mode version where some of the more advanced features are hidden and you can unhide them. I just have them unhidden. That would be something that I would have to do in like a full tutorial Moblin, is just unhide all the advanced features and just get your feet dirty, basically. Now, you have to forgive me, usually I try to read out the names, but it's very bright today. I can see the questions though. Are you streaming through OBS remotely or straight from your phone? Now, I can do both. I have set up my iPhone and Moblin so that there's a couple of what they call streams in there. So the first one is a stream for Box Cloud, and that's kind of my default. I always use that to connect to my computer at home. I have a second one which is for port forwarding, and that's an alternative if you see, let's say you don't want to pay the monthly fee of a service like BellBox Cloud, which is $10 US a month, and you can do port forwarding. That is another option. If you can't do port forwarding, I just recommend going for a service like BellBox Cloud. And then the third one I've got in there is for Restream. So Restream gives you the ability to multi-stream to at least 2 platforms if you're on their free plan. So if my connection's good, maybe I've got great Wi-Fi wherever I am, I can bond to that. My other connection, BellBox Power, port forwarding, they're not working. Perhaps the computer at home turned off, power cut, house on fire. I like to joke with. Then I could just stream straight to Restream, and then that's just one connection. And from there, it could stream to Kick, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, wherever, you know. Alternatively, Moblin, maybe this is a bonus feature. It has the ability to multi-stream from the app, as long as it's RTMP, I believe. It's something that I haven't done, but you could go RTMP from Moblin. Maybe one of those RTMP streams is Restream, and the other one is the third platform. So I could have Twitch, YouTube on Restream, and then the other RTMP service I'm streaming to would be Kick or whatever. You know? So you could do. There would be 2 connections out of my iPhone with the S20 Ultra. It's a bit risky. And you've got no disconnect protection, at least on Kick. Let's see. Does Restream have disconnect protection? I don't know. I don't think so. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so there's a bonus feature that Moblin has. Untested for myself. I have looked at it, but you know, it's there. Let's see, action camera, BellBox. Not yet. That is coming. So I've got a couple of videos I need to do first. This whole past week. Yeah. Because I'm sure I would have, because I use Restream all the time. No, on my home computer, I haven't used it that much on my phone, so I don't really know. I think they're trying to add it. Last time I try and tune into their, like they do live streams and videos, updates about new features. They've added a couple in there, support for vertical now, so that's there. They're filling out a pretty, you know, feature-rich set of features. Let's see. Yeah, they're filling it out, adding more and more to it. Some of the limitations that folks had with good old Restream. I think the big one for me is that it's just 2 platforms. If it was 3, boy, I'd love. Yeah, talk about them to no end, but unfortunately it's 2, and I think they know that people want to stream to Twitch, Kick and YouTube, so they just make it 2. Yeah, okay, well if I want to stream to the third one, guess I'll have to subscribe. Fair enough, got to pay the bill somehow. By the way, I'm not sponsored by any of these folks, just sharing my experience with them. How much did you say BellBox Cloud was? So it is $10 US a month. You'll have to check, you know, based on your currency, it could be more or less. For me, usually it's around 16 New Zealand dollars, roughly. You know, currency being what it is, up and down. But yeah, that is their base price, I believe. Check out my channel. I do have a video on BellBox Cloud. What I like about that service is it just makes streaming so much easier. Moblin, of course, you got the app side, but being able to get your stream or video from your mobile phone into your computer, that part is thanks to like BellBox. Yeah. Well, yes, yeah. Fair enough. 2's okay. and I've got to work around within what they provide, and it's a bit clunky and it's not the best, but it works for me. And if ever my situation changes where I can add another subscription to the millions I have already, then you know, I could see myself maybe signing up to one of their plans. When I first installed Restream on my computer, it did show me like a streamer offer. I should have taken them up on it because I think it was 4 platforms. I don't know if it was for life or what, but it was, I think, $9 a month, 4 platforms. And I was like, I can't really afford this month, but I'll think about it. I kept closing the window, and eventually it just stopped giving me that offer. So if you ever see that offer inside of OBS or wherever, then take them up on it and tell me how it goes. Maybe you're just on it for a month or something, but yeah, I'm curious about it. Or maybe you sign up for 4 years or something like that. Sure, it will give you this $9 a month for 4 platforms, but you have to sign up forever. You can never leave, like Hotel California. Alright, I think we need to do some of the stuff I talked about earlier. One of those being, we're going to strip this down. We're going to go real old school with this, like as if you're just getting into streaming. Now, one of the important things is being able to see your chat, hear your chat, which I can do with Moblin. I don't need any of the other fancy stuff with Moblin. So we're going to, firstly, let's see, we're going to remove the external audio. So how you hear me now is with a mic like this. We're going to remove it, and then we're going to add it all back on again. I just need comparisons, basically. Okay, so firstly, we're no longer in that fancy tripod. This is how I suppose most people would use a phone and Moblin when they're starting out, just hand holding it. I think it's really important to be able to look at the screen. I mean, you're already sort of looking at yourself on the screen to see if your composition, everything's already is good. But being able to see that chat on screen as well, that's really important, especially from all the platforms you're connected to. Whether you're connected to Twitch, Kick, YouTube, you want to be able to see those messages, also hear them. But I think it's important to at least be able to see them. Having the ability for TTS is also good. But I think primarily, if you can look at the screen and see those messages, that's important. Do you recommend something like OBS Talent if you want to multicam? I don't know what that is. It's a new one for me, Talent. I think I've seen the name of it, but I haven't fully dug into it yet. OSB bot. Yeah, I can't comment on that at the moment. I have to look into it, and then maybe we could look at that once we get the screen share up. That's something we could do. We'll need to get to that though. Yellow box. Okay. Oh, right. So it's hardware. Multi-cam. Okay. I think it depends on the kind of streams you do. If you're in a fixed location, I think it makes a lot of sense to have multi-cam. Like, let's say you're a church and you want to live stream your services, or a business meeting, something like that, and you want multiple angles. I think a setup where you switch cameras is important. Well, yeah, very important. Okay with one camera, but nice just to add that little more professionalism to be able to switch to a different camera. Also helps with viewer attention. If something is happening, it's not just the same thing. It's very easy for your eyes to drift somewhere else, you know. If you're like me and you walk around, you do this kind of live stream, you're checking out a location, somewhere new, doesn't really make sense, I think, to have multicam. Moblin can do it. And I suppose it also depends if you want it to be in sync. So with Moblin and the technology at the moment, there isn't really a way to get wireless cameras in sync with each other. So it's something I think we'll get to. Like at the moment, you've got to adjust the lag time between the cameras, and I think, so a lot of this is thinking, and just based on what I'm saying now, is with wireless cameras, there can be a drift. So let's say you set one camera to have delay of around 1 second in order to sync it with a different camera. Over time, it's not going to stay at that 1 second of lag. So it will eventually drift out of that 1 second. Could be 1.1 second or 2 seconds, could be even 30 seconds, and then everything's out of sync. So so I could figure that part out, and usually it's not wireless. That would be fantastic, be awesome. But yeah, I would like to be able to have multiple cameras, like one on my chest, one that have selfie, and be able to switch between them, all of them wireless, and for them to be in sync. So, now a workaround is if you have the camera that's not facing you, just leave it on whatever it is. The one that is facing you, have your mic connected to it, and only face that camera to you. That way you're never out of sync. But it does mean limiting the things you can do with your setup. Alternatively, let's see, there are other devices that I'm more familiar with, like the ATA Mini, where you're plugging, let's say, HDMI cameras into it, and it's a switcher, it can merge scenes and things. And then HDMI wired cables are not going to have sync issues. So I guess it depends if the OSB talent or OBS talent or OBS bot, etc., how they work. And then I think there are newer wireless technologies. What's that one? NDI, I forget, which the latency isn't so bad. SE Live. Let's see. Mina. Hi Mina, how's it going? Your question, could you do a tutorial on the remote setup using Stream Elements OBS? If you don't mind. Let's see. I think from the last time I installed SE Live, if that's the same version we're thinking about, there's a problem with it. No worries, you're welcome. And that is, it fundamentally changes how OBS works. So I like to cover like vanilla OBS, where there's no major changes to it. And I think one of the updates they did in their latest version is it opened up a window where you had to type in a title and description. I don't know if they've changed it since then, because it was a couple of months ago. But it looked like it was a requirement you needed to do, which reminds me a lot of the YouTube app or the YouTube login for OBS. For that one, before you press the go live button, it'll bring up a pop-up where you manage broadcasts, you create a new broadcast, schedule broadcasts. You have to do this stuff before you can go live. So that's a problem for IRL, because what I do when I go IRL is I just put in my title, put in my description, and then I leave, lock my computer, go to my destination, and then remotely I can use chat command, that will start streaming in OBS. So yeah, I'm not sure where SE Live is now, or Stream Elements is with their OBS, but if they've gone back to a more normal start-stop stream in their version of OBS, then great, yeah. But I also don't like how it only would install within programs. So whereas the vanilla OBS, you can download what is called a portable version or standalone instance of OBS. You can install it anywhere. You just need to put a text file somewhere to tell that version of OBS that it's its own standalone version. And you can have heaps of these on there. Like on my computer, I've got multiple OBS instances. But the standard way of installing OBS is into, for a computer, the programs folder. So it's stuck there. And when I was looking at their latest version of Stream Elements, it would only install to that one. You couldn't do a standalone. Like for me to be able to test it, you couldn't. There's no testing. It's just straight into that one. Like, yeah. So there was some things I wasn't really a big fan of back then, a couple of months ago. So maybe they've taken on some feedback, changed a couple of things. So we'll see. For now, I'm going to recommend that you guys look at OBS Studio if you're following my tutorials, but it's just easier for me to go over something that everybody has, something that's more standard and doesn't stray too much from the original version. So that was one of the things with like Streamlabs. They made their own version of OBS, you know. Oh yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So so you could have your main at-home stream. They could be installed into your programs folder. Use that for your home setup, and then you can install a separate instance of OBS, and that one is what you use for IRL. But it would be better if because it does mean if you start streaming from home and you want to go to IRL, you have to stop streaming. You know, so you stop streaming and then you switch over to the other one. Whereas ideally it would be better if you could switch from one to the other. Now I think you could make your SE Live one work if you always start from home. So if you always start from home, then you can say, hey guys, I'm going to be right back in a little bit. You go to BRB, and then you once you go to your destination, you get there, you use a chat command to change to the IRL seat. The shoes. Hello, how's it going? How good is your current bonding setup in large crowds, like at conventions? Well, I've used it. I've only got 2 sims. I'm limited mainly by funds, and I've been okay for the most part. New Year's Eve, that was a big one. Thousands of people around. There was also, let's see, what was the other event? Christmas in the park. Thousands of people there, and it was okay. Like I was able to stream for hours with those. But ideally, if I could have had another sim with another provider, I think that would have helped for when there was a bottleneck. So there were a couple of times, both times, where the connection struggled. But you know, the more connections, the better, basically. Hey me on. Hello. www. Okay. I want to stream myself watching UFC 324 today. Okay. TikTok, YouTube, Kick. How they about doing this? Score offers free canning and oh wow, cool. That's kind of 2 separate things. To your question there, high slider, is that right? Let's see, TikTok, YouTube and Kick. I think. Yeah, I think Restream supports TikTok. I forget now, but so that is one option. You could, with their free plan, you could stream to. I would go TikTok and Kick, because you need something to be able to control your stream. Kick have been improving their API so that you can run commands through it. It's not as robust as Twitch's, so that's why I recommend using Twitch. But you can still control your stream with it. I've been testing it. Be able to start streaming, switch to your live feed, end your stream. So you can control your stream with Kick. Yeah. And then for the third one, you could use like a plugin like multiple RTMP output, add YouTube that way. but I've found when you try and use like a URL stream key combo for YouTube, it's not as reliable as using Restream. But yeah, the TikTok side, that's the one I think you would have to go through Restream. Maybe SC Live. I believe they had support for it as well. Or did they get into trouble? I forget. Oh, there's some kind of pop-up with TikTok for stream elements. There's a couple ways you could do it. Understood. I will try to look into tutorials. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, have a look. Check them out. Oh yeah. So most platforms do not encourage. What is it? Drunkenness. Yeah, getting intoxicated on stream. I'd say people on Twitch do it. I don't know what the rules are now. Oh, especially where people are paying you. So don't do that. Don't do that where, if they will drop some bits or whatever, and then you'll take a shot. Don't do that. That'll get you into trouble for sure. I don't know. You'll have to check the rules. That's the main thing. Check the rules on all the platforms. See what they do. Don't allow. Very, very important. Have I even streamed and never done it before? I would start small. Don't sort of jump to a super complicated setup. Start with your phone, stream with that. At least it's waterproof. You spill a beer on your phone, you're probably okay. Things like that. And especially in a big venue and stuff. Phones are fairly acceptable. If you've got a phone out, you're sort of recording or streaming what's happening in the event or whatever. They're pretty usually okay. But if you get anything else that looks a little more pro than that, then you might get denied. Oh, especially with venues, they will say things like you can only use this sort of lens here. It can't be like a super zoom or whatever. It depends, all venues are different, so it's something you have to check out. But yeah, that's one reason why I stopped doing things like that. So a lot of places will so trying to figure out how to connect connection cam while streaming. Well, we'll get to that too. In fact, we need to get to some of these things. So at the moment we're just on the iPhone with a little mini tripod. I should be taking photos of these too. And then we'll switch to the action camera in a little bit. So some of you folks were curious about that. Never IRL streamed or streamed before, yeah. My usual recommendation, if you just want to try it, give the Streamlabs mobile app a go. I have a video on that. It's my most popular video. It has some basic stuff in there that I think are really important for IRL. It can do multi-streaming. It can, multi-streaming. You can read the chat on your screen. If you disconnect, it's got a basic disconnect protection in there, so your stream will hold together if your coverage drops. So yeah, check out their video. That's a good starter into IRL, and then from there, if you like it, then you can expand. You can dig into apps like Moblin, which we're going to cover. Got a great conversation going here. Let's see. I'm not a betting man. No. I am very cautious. That's me. Don't lie. I'm very risk averse. Is that the word? So you're an introvert. I'm not used to holding phones or walking around in public. I can have. That's a great question, Nina. I used to holding phones, walking around in public. I have an action cam in chest mount and try it. Yeah, do that. I'm an introvert. It should be pretty obvious. Yeah, but I've gotten used to it. I don't even think about people around me. I do in a way in that I don't want to have my phone pointed at them because I know that's going to make people nervous. They don't like phones, and their face and stuff. But I think it's one of those things that takes practice, and it's really cool to connect with people from all over, and you're in control. So if you don't feel comfortable about how the chat is going, you can just wrap up. Sometimes the vibes are off, or let's say you thought the stream would be awesome, then suddenly you just don't feel good, which happens. It's like, I don't feel so good right now. Hey, maybe I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Yeah, fair enough. I've been doing this for a while, so that's why it's a little more natural for me. But I think it helps too that the setup doesn't look too crazy. So you see people, but what I'm doing right now doesn't, from an outsider's perspective, looks like I'm on a FaceTime chat. So just think of it like that. I'll take a photo of what it looks like now here. Here's my fancy little camera app, and the screen's a bit dirty, so sorry about that. Jeez. This is what my setup currently looks like. We've got it on the little JJ02 mini tripod with the DJI mic mini receiver plugged into the side. Hopefully that'll pop up for you guys. We're going to do a walk up and down this, I don't know what this thing is called. Yeah, this little area with the setup as it is now. I'll show you what I had you guys on. So this is the invisible selfie stick from Insta360. On the top we've got a little quick release mount. So here I can take this off. This is for phones. Got a little phone adapter, these are pretty cheap. And then we've got the quick release here. So this is what I could have on my chest, or I could have it on here for a taller point of view. Whereas what I've got you guys on currently, on this little mini tripod, not very tall, but it folds up and it will fit in my bag, fit in my pocket. That's what it looks like. So if you're just starting out, I would recommend something like this. You can have it in your bag, in your pocket, wherever, and when you need it, you can whip it out. Okay? And then if you think you're going to need your phone up higher, like how I had it earlier, then you could put it into something like this. Like that. Okay. I use the same tripod with the action camera. I've just bought the phone adapter mount for the iPhone. Just doing this first bit. Okay. I want to switch to the action camera, but we need to demonstrate what it's like without one and why I recommend getting an action camera when you can. One like the Action 4. This makes a really big difference to the setup, and I'll put you guys where I've got the cameras now. Same place, and you'll see what kind of difference it makes. Especially with my old little iPhone 11. Yeah, no worries. Or part of what I do, So what I do is I'll grab this. I have this ready actually. Just put it in a pocket. Gonna do a little walk. Let's see what it's like without a tripod. Your hand holding it. Cheers everyone. Maybe, let's see, we'll go right back to basics. We're using Moblin, no external mic, no tripod. So you'll see what it's like when you're starting out versus the little improvements you'll make to the stream by adding more and more. And a lot of this is all thanks to what Moblin can do. So we're going to reach a limit where what I'm doing in Moblin you can't do on other apps. But at the moment, what we're doing now is possible in IRL Pro. I would actually look at the 4. It's an older model. Prices are really cheap. Look for deals. When I got my one, it was I think about $200 cheaper than retail. Every couple of months they seem to drop the price for the Action 4. And I think there was an anticipation for the 6. But especially now with the 6 out, that 4 is just going to get cheaper and cheaper. And I tell you, it is fantastic all-round IRL. They made some improvements with the 5 and the 6, but there were also some issues that came along with those newer models. Like for example, if you're only ever going to do RTMP wireless streaming with Action 4, then I think you're okay with the 5 and the 6. I can't really comment because I don't have those cameras, just from what I've heard from others. But yeah, whereas the 4, no problems if you're doing or connected your camera wirelessly or with a cable. And you can connect the Action 4, the 5 and the 6 via RTMP, that's one way, but also with the cable, USB mode into an iPad, into a bella box. And there are HDMI adapters to connect it in a different way, but I don't know of any specific model adapters that will work. So apparently you need to get the right one. If you get the wrong one, it won't actually work. So it's a bit weird like that. But 4, yeah, that sounds it. What's better, IRO Pro or Moblin? Well, I'm going to have to say Moblin. I really liked what IRO Pro could do when Larix went into, what they call premium. You had to pay for their service to unlock all the features. So IRO Pro was the first app to come out that I was aware of. It said, hey, we got all these features, basically like Larix. Wow, cool. And it improved on what Larix could do in some areas. It had support for bonding, was one of them. It could bond, and you could bond for free. You didn't have to use a service like a Powerbox Cloud to bond. And it could do a couple of things that Larix couldn't do. Although one of those new features that Larix had was picture-in-picture mode. It's still only available in their beta or alpha app, not in the public release. And sadly, IRO Pro haven't had an update, a proper one, in a year, I think, September, maybe even longer now. It's a long time since I've had an update. Whereas a good old Moblin, I mean, I just had, I think, 26 updates from the last time I updated. So the community involved with Moblin, they're just so active, and just a whole bunch of cool folks. So I've jumped into Eric's live streams when I can, and he's funny. He's very smart. You have to be to hold it all together. But also he cracks me up as well. You should do that. Check out his streams. Eric. That is correct, yeah. So there is one downside to Moblin, is it is only available on iOS. You can stream with the iPhone and the iPad. They got versions for them. I heard that there was a desktop app, but I couldn't find one when I was looking on it in the App Store on my friend's computer. And they've got a watch app too. Maybe when Apple releases their glasses, their version of the what is their brand? What's their brand with the glasses? The Meta glasses. Ray-Ban, yeah. When they release their one. Oh yeah. Okay, I only had like 2 minutes to try and find it in the App Store. Yeah, I think there's a feature in there I'd love to try. It's called Reliable Chat, because it's on your desktop with a reliable connection. It'll actually update your chats so that you're not missing messages when you disconnect. Or maybe once you reconnect, you get those messages that you missed. Do I find it a bit irritating to have TTS on while streaming? No, not at all. I don't. I'm listening to the chat right now, and I suppose it depends how fast and active your chat is. You just get used to it, I suppose. And I know for sure there are times, you might miss a couple of messages, and I'll watch the VOD back later and go, oh, that was such a great question by that person. I felt a bit distinct. I didn't catch it when I was live, but sometimes I've answered them in the comments after. One thing I find distracting is listening to my audio, my stream audio. I can't hear it at the moment because I'm using the iPhone in landscape mode. It only really works, at least the way that I'm doing it with the Kick app, when I've got my iPhone and Moblin in portrait mode. So that setup is kind of like my preferred one. The one that we'll eventually get to. Maybe we should try and do that now because we keep talking about it. Okay. And then a couple of walks up and down this little promenade. I don't know what it's called. Got this coffee. I think the iPhone has pretty decent stabilization, even on the selfie camera. I compare it to the S20 Ultra. It's pretty bad. The Ultra doesn't have any stabilization in the selfie camera, nothing at all. Whereas I think the 11 has digital state and it's pretty decent. Yeah, I think it's important to be able to hear messages, hear what people are typing. So if I couldn't hear it, then I would have completely missed your message, and then I have to try and read it on the screen, which would be pretty easy to miss, especially if your chat's moving quite fast. So at least this way I can hear messages, and let's say there's 1 out of 5 I quite like, and I would have heard it, I'll be able to answer that one question. So yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about Moblin. So I can see the chat, I can see where the message is coming from, but also I can hear them. And the way that Moblin is set up, you can have it so it displays all the messages on screen, but it will only play TTS messages from, so let's say I don't want to hear my bot, which I don't, but I want to see my bot's messages in the chat, then I've set it up so I can exclude my bot from being included within the TTS. Also, Moblin does a great thing in that it doesn't read out emojis from the TTS, but I can see them on the screen. This headphone, I'm not a fan of this particular model, but I am a fan of the style. So this is called a neckband style of headphone, where it wraps around your neck. You see it? Now I like that it's there and it's going to stay around my neck. It's not going to tug and pull like a normal one would. So without the neckband bit, it could tug this way, tug the other way. It's just going to stay around my neck. And then if I need to hear what's happening in the real world, I can just unplug my headset and it's still dangling from my neck because of the neckband. And then I can just plug it back in again. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to strip down. No, not literally. So we're going to strip down the gear. Just so that you can see what it's like. Pure Moblin, no external audio, no tripod. We're hand holding it like anyone who's just starting. We're going to do one walk up this little promenade thing. So we're going to walk all the way down here. See the zoom? I really like the zoom inside of Moblin. Very cool, very smooth, very cinematic. You guys ready? I think we'll just do the one just there. We won't come back again with this because it won't be great, at least from my perspective. Great in terms of you got to start somewhere, but audio won't be great, won't really be able to hear me. Stabilization will be fine, but not as good as it would be on a gimbal, that sort of thing. So that's firstly. No, it started to rain a little bit. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Alright, we're going to disconnect our receiver. So now we don't have external audio. We'll be using the internal mic. Oh, hold on. Right. So I did have to adjust or reselect the mic so that it was using the front mic. Because I'm speaking into the phone this way, I think the front mic would be the better option. 1 second. Excuse me. So this is what our audio sounds like, internal mic of the iPhone. When you've got a setup like this, you do need to speak louder or closer to the phone. So that's something you need to be a little more aware of. The other thing is I'm going to remove our tripod. Right, so that's what I had you guys on. I've got the phone right up to my mic. I've got my mouth right up to the phone and the microphone. I'll show you how close I am. So, hello! This is how close I am in order to have what I think would be good audio for the iPhone. So I need to speak this closely. Now if I have it like this, where the video has pretty decent composition, I don't think you'll be able to hear me as well, right? Can you hear me? I'm speaking louder for me, but I don't know. I don't know how it is for you guys because my preview isn't working. So total guesswork. We'll switch to the we're on the back camera and I'm holding the iPhone right up to my mouth again. Okay, so I'm right up close to the phone. I think if you're going to start off with a setup like this is how close you'll need to be, and only do it when you've got it on the back camera. Otherwise, this is a little too cozy, I think. So I'm going to switch to the back camera on inside of Moblin, and I've got the phone close to my mouth. And that way you're going to be able to hear me and I won't have to yell as loudly, I think. But yeah. Oh really? Okay, alright. Alright, so I guess one downside is you're going to have to hold the phone up. So you're going to have to do this. Now that's okay. It depends on your arm strength, how strong you are. So maybe 5, 10, 20 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 12 hours. So there's something you're going to have to think about if you're just going to use your phone like this. And you'll probably end up doing something like this. And that's where you hold the phone down, close to your body, you see? But you've got a very low angle. And for me personally, I'm not a fan of the low angles. I like to have my live streams like this. Yeah, you have one really muscly arm day. Yeah, so all your live streams will be, you have one muscly right arm maybe, if you're going to stream with this hand. So here we are, just walking around with the iPhone 11 with very vanilla setup, running Moblin. I can switch to the back and front camera. So back camera, we've got some zoom presets. We can zoom in, zoom out. So I think you can control the speed. Yeah, I think I might dial in those settings a little bit. But yeah. Now this setup is as low key as you can get, I think. There's nothing that's sort of crazy about this at all. Someone talking to their phone could be on a, just going to put a little tripod away, stick it on top of that, free up the hands, and also grab a photo. So we've got a little record of everything. I am right now, I am connected to my PC. A quick photo. Just going to press keep, and then that'll be sent to you guys. Oh, it is warm. Weird day today. Light shower, warm weather, cloudy, got like a mixture of everything. So that is how I'm currently using Moblin and the iPhone. Very vanilla, no external audio. This might be fine. You might be totally happy with this. It's just that you'll need to do this for as long as you live stream. Hold the phone up the way that I am. And possibly have to speak louder into the phone depending how loud the ambient noise is. So if there's lots of people around, then you'll just need to either speak louder so that your phone can pick up your voice, or speak closer to the mic. Oh yeah. Cool. It is, yeah. So with this app that I'm using called Moblin, I can connect to my home computer in a couple of different ways, and my computer is running OBS. Now in that one I could have scenes for streaming at home. In fact I do. Yeah, I've got a webcam scene, desktop scene, got all that in OBS, and I could switch from IRL to this, but I primarily use my OBS for IRL streaming, so I don't really use the home mode too often, except for recording videos. Yeah, so those recorded videos that I do, it's all using the same OBS. It's just easier just to have one, and it's just a couple of scenes inside of OBS. Live scene for what you look at now, BRB, privacy scene, it's all blurred out, ending scene, starting soon, and then my home stuff, webcam, desktop. Yeah, basic gist of it. Okay, so I've made it to the end of this little promenade. We're going to do a walk back in that direction, and this time we're going to switch out to the little mini tripod, see what kind of difference it makes. Where is it? I'll put it back in the bag. Oh yeah, I did. So yeah, that's one downside. So you're always having to hold the phone, and you've got this one. Now one of the advantages for a couple of other setups is you can put it down. So if I need to put this down somewhere, I will have to find somewhere where I can do that. So around here, like I've got a bush. I got this bush here. I could prop the phone up against the leaves, or I don't know. Options are kind of limited, but yeah, I could probably go here, and then just talk to the phone, talk to you guys like this. Or perhaps I think there's like an outside desk around here. Yeah, so you have to look for things, look for places where you can prop up your phone. Yeah, I don't know, I don't feel too comfortable putting it there. I think it's going to fall on the ground. So we're going to upgrade our setup. So one little upgrade, and that is with the little mini tripod, your Lancy JJ02. Yeah, I was looking at the ones that were around here. They did look quite right, but yeah, I'm sure whatever you can find in your area, you'll find something which could work. So we're going to upgrade our setup one step by adding a little phone mini tripod, very small, fit in your pocket. So I've got you in there, and then so now I don't have to raise my arm up. My arm is bent like this, and I've extended it up a little bit, so it's going to be a lot easier actually to hold the phone like this. So let's take another photo. show you what I mean. Arms of a chair. Okay, so this is the next little upgrade to the setup. Going from holding the phone, no external mic, no external camera or anything, to using Moblin. So all of this is using Moblin and possible with IRL Pro. So hand holding the phone. Now I've added a little mini tripod which fits any phone, so you know, iPhone, Android, you name it. And we're just going to walk back down that little promenade using a mini tripod. So I can tell you for sure, this feels a lot easier to do. Yeah, as soon as you start extending your arm out, you're going to start feeling it. Like, you know, what we mentioned before, good arm day, good workout for the arms, you know. Now, one thing I want to mention, something that I do. Oh, thanks. Spend a lot of time on that. It's all OBS, streamer bot, filters, things like that, and just tweaking them to get the look you're after. Thank you. Yeah, so this setup, the way that I'm holding the phone, I always hold it off to the side. So you guys probably can't tell, but rather than hold the phone like this, where it's right in front of me, I always hold it like that. So just to illustrate, it's off this way, my arm is this way, so that the phone isn't pointed at anyone, you know. It's something that I just do naturally now. I thought I would mention it because I don't. I often forget about it. And it's something that I've just learned through doing this lots of times. Now hold it off to the side. It also puts me into a corner. So in terms of composition, it's part of the rule of thirds, where you got some empty space on this side. So I'm on one side, and I'm also walking in this direction. It's like a camera composition. If you do this, I'm in the middle, which composition-wise is kind of boring. It's okay if I'm seated in one place and I'm just talking directly to you. But when I'm walking around, I hold it to the side like that. It'd be easier if I could show you what I meant. How? Let's try. I'll try and take a photo. I think you know what I mean, right? I'm going to grab the camera app, put it in selfie mode. Unfortunately, don't have a timer in there, so maybe I should add a timer in the camera. Whoops. Well, yeah, it helps that I'm in the city. So you've got a very good point there. Oh, hold on. Your photo's upside down. Let's try it easier. God. Nope. Can't do it. I just found a new bug. So I need to fix that. There's a question, Mina. Do you think that is also a place where you stay and live? It's common for people to see others talk to a phone. I think it's fairly common nowadays, most places, right? Unless you live in a place where talking to a phone isn't very common, right? What I'm doing, I suppose big city of Auckland, it's not that uncommon to see travellers, or actually, do I see it? No, I don't. Not really, but I've seen people on their phones talking. So as from the outside, I don't think that would be weird. now. Oh, okay. I think the stream goes offline. So it depends if background streaming is enabled. With Moblin, that is a feature you have to enable. So it's something you can turn on or off. So you enable background streaming inside of the stream settings. With IRL Pro, I think there was something that you could toggle on and off, but you can't change it now. But the default is that it's on. I think from my last stream, it was disconnecting. So I would swipe to a different app to take a photo, and the stream would go offline. So I don't know what's happening there with that. Because earlier in that same stream, I went to a different, opened something else, and it didn't disconnect. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it was a battery thing. So once resources are low, then it can't go to background streaming or something. Okay, so we were on the little mini tripod for that one walk. We're going to switch things up again. Maybe we'll change up our audio. We're going to go back to the good mic. So we will grab there's our receiver. I'll prop you up. Because we've got the little mini phone tripod, I can pop you guys almost anywhere. Where did I put my receiver? So give me a second, just need to find it. Oh, there we go. So would it be better to not use the phone than like get phone calls and use a separate phone just for streaming? I would say so, yeah. So my iPhone isn't my daily driver at the moment. I did alternate between the iPhone and the S20 Ultra. But oh, hold on. We need to plug in for power. Okay. We need to plug in the iPhone. Give me a second. This is better when I've got an external camera because I can plug directly into the iPhone rather than going through a external mic. So we're on low power mode. Okay, let's see. Speed. Is the IRL profile of that doesn't automatically go offline unless the internet. Yeah, we're going to grab it. Grabbing it now, but I've got something more important to do than power. So this is the difference that not having external audio will make. We've been using no external audio, but now we're going to plug in the DJI mic receiver into the phone. I'm going to use a USB-C cable for the mic mini receiver. So it's going to supply pass-through charging to the iPhone. Plug in now. Charging. Cool. I'm going to check our mic settings. And we should now be switched over to the mic mini. Mic mini, tap tap. So it did respond to the tap. I think we might have noise cancellation on. Let's try. I forgot the shortcut. We'll just leave it. Okay. So we've made one improvement. We've still got the little mini tripod. We are limited by height. We've now switched to an internal mic, and we've also got pass-through charging going. So maybe a couple of improvements. Yeah. So we'll grab a photo, show every sort of progress, and then when we switch to the action camera, we're going to be sort of on unlock mode. So keep. Yeah, I have bought a phone cooler for my iPhone, and it did help, but I've found a couple of ways in order to keep the phone cooler workarounds. It helps that I live in a cool place naturally. So here down Underland, Auckland, it is quite a cool country. It is summer. It does get up to around 28 degrees, low 30s here in summer, but I think using an external camera helps. So that'll help keep the phone cool. You can do things like turn off the phone screen if you're using an external camera. That can cool the phone down too. So there's lots of little techniques you can do that's going to help your phone. Maybe don't have a SIM card in the iPhone. That's another one. And then you just use purely a Wi-Fi connection. Dial in your settings. If you're in an area where your connection is good, that helps. I think when you're in a rough connection area, that's where everything goes into overdrive, hardcore mode. So you start getting overheating then. This is just from my experience. Okay, alright. So we should have had the photo pop up of the current setup. We're still on a little mini tripod. We've added the external mic. I'm hoping that you'll hear a difference with the better audio. Now with the other setup, I couldn't go very far away from the phone, but when it's wireless audio like this, I can be almost anywhere. So I'm going to pop you guys onto like a box here, and also my bag. I'll be able to step away from the phone and still have the good audio. Okay, so me being this far away, you would not be able to hear me using the internal mic. So it's only with an external mic like the one I'm using now where the audio is still good. So whereas before I would have to be arm's length away, okay. As soon as it starts getting really noisy, it would be harder to hear me. Or especially when it's really noisy, you get closer to the phone, the internal mic. But like this, especially with the receiver plugged into the phone, the reception is going to be a lot better than how I would connect it via this into the Action 4. The range is stronger with the receiver. In California, could be an issue, especially with outdoor vets. Could be, but that's where, look at getting a phone cooler or a case, something like that. Have one. It also depends on your model of phone. The newer ones, the 17 Pro Max, I've heard those things can handle warm temperatures, 4K 60 for over an hour. They've made a huge improvement over any overheating issues that the previous ones had. But even the 16s, issues all round. My one seems to do well. I've got a white fire icon on screen, so I've seen it on yellow, not really on like a red. 15 Pro Max, okay. Let's see, Kelly 15 Pro Max. Yeah. Try my settings. I always have them listed in my YouTube live description, what I'm using for that day. I will be switching over to the Action camera in a little bit once we're done sort of made further upgrades to this one. But I think that could help. Maybe try So your SIM card in the 15 Pro Max, you could. It also depends how you're using it. If you have an external camera, if you don't, how is it connecting to the iPhone? External camera, if you're using one like the Action 4, you could offload the hotspot. By the way, I'm using my iPhone. The S23 Ultra is the hotspot for this setup. That means this iPhone isn't doing as much work. External router with cellular. Oh, okay, nice. Something like the Nighthawk. Okay. Yeah. And do you have an external camera? So if you do, one thing I do is I keep an eye on their little fire icon. Masango. Howdy Masango. How's it going? Yeah. So when I see it get onto their little yellow fire icon, if I think it's getting super hot, I'll turn off the screen. That's one way that'll help cool your phone down. Take the case off. That's another way. Singo, you've been better? Okay, great to hear. If you feel even better after sort of hanging out in my live stream. So glad you could join us, Singo. Maybe I'll have some Pokemon Go. Oh yeah, actually that is part of my list today. How far have we gotten into it? Not very far, I think. Let's see. So TTS, I've mentioned it. I'm listening to the TTS now. We've got, haven't demonstrated that, so teaser coming up. I've mentioned this other one. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Glad you're out and feeling better. So then let's see, the Pocket 3. Actually, the iPhone, you can't use an external camera via USB, or what they call UVC mode. You've got to use like an iPad. So there's some quirks on the iOS side for that. What is this? Oh, I forgot all about this. It's my little treat. It's all squishy now. Yeah, if you want to use an external camera via USB, you could either go for a different device like a Bella Box, where you can connect via HDMI or USB-C. iPad, you can do it that way, but apparently I don't have an iPad. The screen has to be on. You can't turn the screen off. It's a bit sad. Whereas with an iPhone, you can turn the screen off with an external camera, but you can only connect it via RTMP. So there's pros and cons to both. It was really sweet. Glad you're better, Cinco, and you're out of there. Thinking of you. Wait a second, folks. We haven't done the walk. We'll start from over here. Okay, so we got cable. Oh wow, okay. That's good. Glad to hear that, Lucingo. Yeah, you're a Bond supporter. Oh, okay. Wait a bit. Did something happen? Let me check. Do we have a new supporter on the YouTube? So, well, thank you. Thank you, everybody who's supporting my live streams. Whether you're just hanging out, if you're lurking, appreciating all the knowledge bombs we've been dropping, all the good things, you know. I appreciate you guys. And some notifications I don't get, so I have to manually look them up. Let me check. Hey, you're welcome. You are very welcome. We're not done. Oh, there you are. Dan Waxer, thank you. And welcome to being a Bond supporter. Appreciate you. Let's see, I suppose we should do some quick thank yous. So, the easiest way to do it for me, especially on YouTube, is they've just got a list of everyone who's a member. So, let's see, Dan Waxer, Zen Keys, Minsora. Who else do we have? Masengo, 2141, and Celery Bay. Where's the full list? It only shows me the most recent. So I have to go from memory. Come on, app. I'm not great with the memory thing. Mori, here you are. Yeah, everyone. The other ones, they don't show me. Like Twitch, Kick, they don't show me who are a subscriber. So I have to have a system in place that's going to track it for me. But thank you, followers, subscribers. You guys are awesome. Okay. Check your tier level, whatever you want. Some, they build up in terms of benefits. If you just want to be a silent supporter, then, stealthy but healthy, that's the bronze level on YouTube land. Team Red. Yeah. Otherwise, if you want to be in the credits, you want to get early access, etc., that sort of thing, then we've got the other levels. If you just want to hang out, just want to lurk, want to join in and chat, awesome. It all helps. Okay, all right, so we're going to walk from here with the little mini tripod. We're getting there on the setup. It's taking us a while, but we're getting there. We're going to walk to the other end. Just to recap, got the iPhone 11 on a mini tripod for phones. Ulanzi JJ02. We've got the DJI mic mini receiver and transmitter for our audio. So this would be a somewhat decent setup, I reckon. The transmitter has a very windshield on it, so if it was windy today, it'd do much better than the Ulanzi mic we used the other day. So that was one of the critiques I had about their mic, and sure enough, it was windy as. Watching the video back, I understand now why so many folks are going, "Good, you should have bought the Hollyland. I should have bought the other one." The Ulanzi is a really affordable mic, that's the thing. I think that's a good starter mic before you look at one like what I'm using now, the Hollyland Larkin 2, or what I'm using, the DJI mic mini. So this is my favorite mic because of just how versatile it is. That's the one. Indeed. So thank you guys. Not the only one. Right. So I think the next upgrade from here, I think this is okay. I think this is alright. I could stream with this. Oh, I suppose the other addition was Anker 250 watt battery bank. We did need a plug-in, so that is always in my bag. It's kind of like the silent win. I always forget about it, but it's necessary. A battery bank that's going to keep everything charged. And that thing's got enough juice for days. Well, okay, not days, but average live streams. What I use, one phone, action camera, it'll keep it charged for 7-8 hours. Just long. That's plenty long enough. Now, if you're going to go into that sort of 12-hour territory, you might need 2 of them. Kind of overkill, I think. How much can you cover? Probably in 12 hours of streaming. Quite a lot, I suppose. It depends where you are. Yeah, if you're in a new country, you're really excited about it, you've done all the research, so you could talk about it for 12 hours. Sweet. Right, but we are going to switch up, and we're getting there. We're getting to what I use currently. Now, we are going to switch up to the invisible selfie stick, what I call the lightsaber. So minus this bit, I think it looks like a lightsaber. I'm going to pop you in the air, so it's going to give us more height. Not as stealthy as the Ulanzi JJ02. So that thing small as, fits in the pocket, doesn't look too great when you're out and about. You could probably get into most venues, places with your phone on this. With that one, yeah, questionable. But if you're outside in public, I think you'll be okay. So just gonna pop you in there. So now we've got you in the taller tripod. So this height that I've got it at is taller than what I could do with the mini tripod. So I've got you guys quite tall, yeah, quite high up, and in fact it can go taller. Let's try. Let's see how tall it can get, and then hopefully not fall out. Okay, pretty tall. I can't see the chat from it all the way up there, but you know, this definitely not possible with the Ulanzi JJ02, and I don't think you'd be able to hear me without the mic receiver plugged in. Okay, let's go to a little more reasonable height, and we'll take a photo of everything. Actually, tidy up the cables a bit, you know. So this is what it looks like at the moment. And it's ready. Whew. I might take off the hoodie. I didn't want to. So I think it looks cleaner without exposing the chest mount. So I have the chest mount hidden under there. I need like a thin summer version of this hoodie. Yeah, but it's the setup currently. What would we say this is? Version 4 or 5? Now we're still in the territory of what we can do with IRL Pro. The Mic Mini does have an adapter, USB-C adapter for Android phones, so they could plug into most Androids. The tall tripod, that could fit the Ultra. Yeah, so everything here we could do with the Ultra. But the next version, next setup, we can't. So we would need something different. Okay, so let's walk with this. I want you guys to think about the stabilization. If you remember my last live stream where we used IRL Pro, I'm holding it the same way. I think it's a lot more stable. Not as smooth as the Action 4 or using a gimbal, but this is alright, I think. Whereas the other one, IRL Pro with the S20 Ultra, no stabilization on the selfie camera, shaky as. And we're okay because we're in good light. Phones fall apart once you hit low light situations. And out of my two phones, the one with the best low light performance is the S20 Ultra and the normal lens. As soon as I try and use any of the other lenses on either phone, you get a lot of ghosting. It's not very nice in low light. That's why people are so fond of like a Sony camera, like the 3000 for IRL in low light. Let's see, Bent on fishing. Hello, how's it going? Whew. Dan, have I tested any gimbals? Yes, I have. I have tested 2 gimbals that I have. I've got 3, but the third is just ridiculous. Overkill for... no, I've got 4 gimbals. So one of them is super old. Yeah, no good. Doesn't extend. Let's talk about the two good ones. So I have the DJI Osmo Mobile 6. We're now up to the 8th version of the gimbals. And see what it can't do that the newer ones can. So the new one, the 8 can do a full 360, what do you call it, tilt or pan. The 7 couldn't do that, and the 7 and the 8 can also extend. So there are a few features added to the newer ones that the 6 doesn't have. Longer battery life too. So I think the 6 was about 4 to 6 hours, and I tried to do a all-day stream once and it ran out before the end. Oh, I've also got a HOEM. So DJI Mobile 6 and a HOEM iSteady V3. So that one sort of like goes up one level from the DJI Mobile 6. But then even now with the newer gimbals out there, they kind of one up each other, you know. So I quite like what they've done with the 8. So going from the 6 to the 8 is a good upgrade, I reckon. That's on the DJI side. Let's see, Monkey Bananas, how's it going? We have created a tutorial on Moblin. I kind of have. I got one on bonding. It wasn't a full in-depth tutorial, but I can only do a tutorial on Moblin where I use my iPhone and Android to it, because that's all I have at the moment. I would like to do a tutorial with 2 iPhones, but that'll come one day. Yeah, for iPhone and Android, yeah. Hey, thank you, Alf. Appreciate you. Let's see. Some new ones with AI tracking camera. Yeah, so the HOEM iSteady V3 has a tracking camera, little attachment that goes onto the head. Well, today we're talking Moblin. So my favorite features of Moblin. Moblin is a part of that. So yeah, maybe we could cover that. Let's see. Actually, we don't really need to. I would need a third phone to do Moblin. So what we'll do is we'll grab a seat over here, because we're going to get the action camera. Because we've done everything else. We've built up to this one that I'm using right now, and then the next step would be connecting an action camera. I wonder, maybe I should switch to the S20 Ultra. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, eh? So you can see what I'm doing. So 1 second. Oh yeah, we're talking about Moblin. Well, we're getting there. So basically I had to show you through streaming IRL where you could start, and then we've added IRL gear to make it better, and then once I've switched to the action camera, that's where I'll be able to share my screen and do like a proper demo of what I really like about Moblin. So I couldn't really do that until we do this switch that we're going to do now. But yeah, just to answer that, for Moblin, if I had a third phone, then I could run Moblin on that one, being an Android, and then bond 3 connections. But because I've got 2 connections, I've got the iPhone with a SIM card in it, and I've got my S20 Ultra with a SIM card, I can just connect to the Wi-Fi of my Ultra. So there's no need to use Moblin in that setup. Whereas if I had a third phone, then I could enable Moblin on that one, and then just connect to the hotspot. That makes sense. Yeah, so in a different setup, we could do that. But I'm also limited by what the iPhone can do. Yeah, the iPhone is my weakest link in the setup, because it's an older model, the iPhone 11, you know? Yeah, so that's one great thing about I guess IRL Pro and also Moblin is that you can bond to the Wi-Fi of another device. You don't need a separate app to do that. But as soon as you want to bond 3 connections, that's where you'll need an app like Moblin. Now if I had, let's say, a travel modem router that the iPhone connected to, then I could connect the S20 Ultra to that travel modem router, connect to the Wi-Fi of the travel router, and then have Moblin on that app, on their phone. Makes sense? And that's a setup I would like to have. But unfortunately, with the gear that I've tried and that I have access to now, like the Nighthawk M2, I haven't been able to get a strong enough connection for the Action 4. Like what I'm doing now, Action 4 with the settings that I've dialed in, it has to go through the S20 Ultra. Nothing I've got now can support those settings. I've tried to. Anyway, because I start seeing lag, jittery, footage like that. So if I try and go from the Action 4 straight into iPhone, I have to lower my settings to 720p, 30, 1 megabit, potato quality. Okay, alright, so Ultra, Wowie. We're going to disconnect the receiver from the iPhone for a little bit, because we're going to swap phones. So I had that plugged into the iPhone. I'm going to plug a cable directly into the iPhone for power. So lightning cable for the iPhone 11. Then I have to do a little thing to get the fast charging working. We're on 40% battery currently. We were down to 20% earlier. Alright. Then I take the little lightning adapter off the DJI Mic Mini receiver, and we're going to swap it for the USB-C adapter. USB-C now. So another reason why I like the Mic Mini is you got the same receiver, you just swap out the little adapter bit. Now plug it into the Ultra. Close. Let's try to open the Memo app. And then I'll open up IRL Pro over here. IRL Pro, go see. And a little mini tripod. Cool. Right. So over here, iRoad Pro, S20 Ultra, little mini phone holder we were using with the iPhone a little while ago. We've got the DJI Mic Mini receiver plugged into the Ultra, the same mic that I was using before. And we'll stop streaming over here inside of Moblin, and then we'll switch to this phone. What I'll do is I'm going to go to the settings, go to connections, and then just make sure I'm connected to BellaBox Cloud. So I've got a tick there. We'll be using this. And one downside is this won't show YouTube chat. So I'll try to make this real quick. Whereas Moblin, that was one of the earlier top features that I mentioned. Moblin has support for Twitch, Kick and YouTube chat. I can see all your messages from all 3 platforms. On here, oh actually I think I've only set it up for Twitch. So I need to go into settings, streamer. I've got a Twitch username. Go into Kick. I'll type in Cliff Creates. That's my username on Kick. Team K. Click OK. So we'll just check. Yep, so Cliff Creates on Twitch, Cliff Creates on Kick. So I've got both of those in there. So my apologies YouTube, I won't be able to see your messages for a little bit. But I'll keep this open, hopefully. Oh no, YouTube chat won't show there. Okay, we'll figure something out. Okay. Maybe I'll have to open up the YouTube app on here and have a look through, see what messages I missed. That's what I wrote for, guys. Is okay, but Moblin, they're the guy you want to try and beat. If you can, if you even want to go there. Alright. Ending the stream on the iPhone and Moblin, and then we're going to switch to this one here. So we'll go BRB for a little bit. Won't be long. Go to the settings menu. Streamlabs Mobile has a reward system where you can earn points just by using the app. In the task tab, it's 100 points to go live, 250 points when you get 5 viewers, and so on. In the redeem tab, you'll see disconnect protection is 150 points, but, and this is important, welcome back everybody, welcome back. Mic check, test, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, testing 1 2 3. Are we good? How are we? Okay, so we've switched phones. Stopped streaming in here. We were streaming to Velobox Cloud before. We are no longer streaming to Velobox Cloud. Instead, we're using the S20 Ultra. With those same settings to stream to Velobox Cloud, we've got them in the Ultra. Working fine. I can still hear the TTS. Also, oh, actually, that is great. Still hear the TTS from YouTube. So I guess the app knows that I'm still streaming on YouTube, so it's going to keep it together. But the phone could still turn off while we're trying to set up the action camera. But we've switched phones so that I can show you what I would do when I connect the action camera, even though you saw part of that in my latest YouTube video. So we're just going to go into the settings. Ingests. Okay, so this is one part that we missed. We didn't have it in the... Come on, bus. Bus is too noisy. So you need to set up an RTMP server, which you'll find in the settings. Make sure that, what do they call it? Show all settings is enabled. And when you have that set up, it'll show you everything. You'll be in hardcore mode. And we're hardcore, right? So you're going to go into ingest, RTMP server that is currently enabled. I'll turn it off for a little bit. Okay, so you'll need to create a new RTMP server. This is where we're going to send our signal from for the Action 4. We've got another one here for Streamlabs, and we've got Pocket 3. So the Action 4 and the Pocket 3 support RTMP streaming. And basically it's going to send the video from those devices into the iPhone using a server. So you would create a new one. You could leave the name as my stream. They'll create a stream key, which you could change it to 1 or whatever, or leave it with the one they have. Latency, just leave it on the default, and then it'll give you some URLs that you'll need for your device. So usually it's all in here and you don't need to remember it. Don't need to do anything with it. You just create the stream. Now I'm just going to delete that one, so we don't need it. We've already got one for the Action 4. So we're given a name RS for, what was RS mean? RTMP server, I guess. RS-A4. Our stream key is a very hard to remember number 1. And latency, I'll change it to 2500. you want to play around with it to see what could reduce the amount of glitching you're getting. And generally, having a higher number will remove glitching, but it also adds more delay or lag for the footage you're looking at. So it's kind of like a juggling act. If you lower the value too low, more glitching, but less latency or lag. Cool. So for now, I've got it 2,500. I've got our URLs. I'm going to go back. So remember, we've got an RTMP server there for the Action 4. We'll set one up for it. We need to go back, ingest RTMP server. We just need to enable it. So our RTMP server is enabled for us to connect to it. Hey, all good, yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Let's see. Check it out. Always interested to see what folks are doing. So that sounds awesome, yeah. And yeah, I totally understand that. Trying to run it while you've got other life stuff to do, eh? Alright, so let me continue, and you can either just join the Discord, leave a message there. So we'll figure something out. Yeah, so we'll continue. So I've got our ingest. That's what I don't have in my latest video, because that video was just about how I go live. It didn't cover every single thing to get working. So I didn't cover that, but I thought I'd cover it today. Also, let's see, DJI device. So we need to add one in here if you got an Action 4. I've got a couple. Sounds good. Now, the one that I use is this one here. This first one. That is a combination of the Action 4 with the S23 Ultra as a mobile hotspot. So the Action camera, Pocket 3, whatever, needs to use a hotspot, whether it is your iPhone or if it is, why is it so noisy around here? Whether it's your iPhone or if it is another device like what I use, S23 Ultra. So we're going to choose this one. I'm going to check the details. We're already connected to the device, got our hotspot details in there. Everything looks okay. Check our URL. It's the first one, usually the first or the second. So that all looks okay. Now I will need to grab the Action 4 out of my bag. Oh, so 1 second. Gonna pop it on my chest mount. So here's Action 4. Yeah, I'd need a chest mount or something. That just keeps my hands free. I'm going to turn the Action camera on. Camera is on. We're not connected to the mic yet. So we have 2 mics. I'm wearing one that's connected to the receiver, and the second one I always have connected to the Action 4. I'm going to power it up. And because Action 4 remembered the mic that I was connected to last time, it's already connected. So I'm just going to attach that to the side. Let's see that side. Yeah, okay, cool. Right. Transmitter connected directly to the Action 4. So that's something you do in the settings. So maybe to show you, you'd swipe, go to settings, and then you would find a wireless mic, and then you connect the mic in there. Cool. Now we haven't gone live yet, so I can actually go into the settings. Not something I can normally do. Yeah, settings, and then wireless mic. One thing I like about the Pocket 3 menu is I put the wireless mic near the top rather than in the middle somewhere. Harder to find that way. And we've adjusted our monitor volume to 69, very important number, everyone knows. And you can connect, well, it gives you options for 2 mics to connect, but I believe with this model, you can't have two mics at the same time. That only came with the 5 Pro, I think, or maybe the 6. So you can only have one mic at a time with this one. I think it's maybe, yeah, I don't know, but it just have like 2 slots for 2 mics. And the important number indeed, everyone knows. Everyone knows, very important. Okay, so our action camera is on. We do need to try and connect it to the iPhone quickly before it powers down. So we're going to look through the list and we're going to find start live stream. So that is connecting the Action 4 to the iPhone. It is not the live stream from the iPhone to my home computer, the live stream on my home computer. It's just between these two. So Action 4 to there. Now in order to see if it's working or not, we'll need to go into, close that window. So our DJI device is connected via the RTMP server. And we'll need to switch to the A4 scene. Yeah, so that is our scene inside of Moblin, showing the video feed from the Action 4. So it's just pointed down in my bag, so it's the amazing view you guys could see. We've got our audio as well. So our microphone is coming from the Action 4. So the microphone, remember, it was connected to the Action 4. So this mic into the Action 4, video and audio from the Action 4 into Moblin via the RTMP server. So yeah, we're wireless at the moment. So let's jump into some shade, because I think it's getting harder to see the screen. Maybe over here. On 50% battery, so I'm just going to unplug it because it's looking a little precarious. Okay, remember that video is from the Action 4, that's not one of these others. So we'll go front camera. So we're using the internal camera of the iPhone. We go back camera. Back camera has a zoom in it, so we can zoom in and out with the back camera. And then we've got our A4 scene with our audio coming from, actually let's just check that. Microphone, oh okay, so that should be DJI Mic Mini. Oh no, that's correct. So we want the audio from the RTMP stream. We don't have a receiver plugged into the iPhone. Now it's good that didn't give us the option to choose it. Oh, we went to BRB. Not sure when I went to BRB, but it looks like we're okay. Okay. Now I am going to take the phone off here. And we can switch it to portrait mode. See, so now I can use this phone in portrait mode. Our footage is still in landscape because we're using the external camera. So right now we're using the S20 Ultra, but we're going to switch back to the iPhone. We're not streaming there. See how it says go live? We're not streaming out of the iPhone, using the S20 Ultra and IRL Pro to stream. But that's basically ready. I'm going to put this on my lanyard. So there's Moblin. I can just have my phone down here. You see? That's where my phone is currently. And I can also take the action camera off the chest mount and pop it onto pop it up on top of here. Okay, it's a little wobbly, but since we've got horizon balancing on, doesn't matter. It's going to straighten it out for us. But our microphone, remember, that's connected to the Action 4. So microphone here to the Action 4, video and audio from that going into my iPhone. I'll pop this onto my top. So I currently have one mic on there that is connected to the S20 Ultra and the DJI mic mini receiver plugged into the Ultra. This other mic is connected to the Action 4. So I'm going to have two mics beside each other. At least temporarily, they could cause some interference, one between the other with them so close to each other, because they're going to two different places. Ultra, Action 4. So, let's see. I think we'll go BRB and then we'll switch to the Action 4. And then the rest of the stream will just be with the Action 4 setup. So we've done quite a lot of switches from one to the other. But this is the final one. Final one, what I'm currently using. We've built our way to this point. Alright, so ending the stream, we'll go BRB for a little bit, and then when we're back, we'll be on the iPhone Moblin with the Action 4 as our camera. Cool? Good? I have the S23. So 23 Ultra is about a 3-year-old phone now, I think. Still very good. Still very good. I think they had heating issues up until maybe this model. Okay, right. Be right back, guys. Let me also bring up, now that we're in portrait mode, I can bring up the Kick app and be able to hear the stream properly. So, Kick app. Yeah, so I can hear it now, whereas I couldn't before. This whole stream I've been going purely off nothing. I've had no preview of the stream. Yeah, so in order for me to hear the stream, if our audio is okay, I can now listen and see the stream from Kick. That's the Kick app up here. And then I can see the chat, which is Moblin. And that is the chat for Twitch, Kick and YouTube here. So I've got this to preview my stream and this to see the chat and also hear the chat via the TTS. The TTS has been working this whole time that I stopped streaming in Moblin. But yeah, we're going to switch now from the S20 Ultra IRL Pro to the iPhone. Oh, one little benefit of this one, and it's mainly the camera for the S20 Ultra, is the zoom. So this camera has insane zoom. So we can zoom in this much. Now it might not look very smooth, very clean, that zoomed in, but the action camera has no zoom at all. So in order to have zoom, you need to switch to an internal camera, one that has zoom. And on newer phones, they have bumped up the zoom. I think they're maybe up to 8 or 10 times optical now with the Pro Maxes. So yeah. So that's one benefit of IRL Pro and the S20 Ultra is I can switch to the super zoom of the Ultra. But that's more of a device thing. It's not an app thing. Cool. All right. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Next switch will be of the A4 scene inside of Moblin, and we can talk about the app properly. Alright, see you in a little bit. Two times a month. With that in mind, remember this as well. You can't redeem disconnect protection after you've gone live. You have to redeem it beforehand. So before starting your next stream, tap on the main menu button, rewards, then the redeem menu, scroll down and redeem disconnect protection. Go back to the main app page, tap on the go live button and follow this. Hello, welcome back. Are we good? Mic check, testing. How's the audio? Alright, cool. Yeah, so this is the Action 4 wireless into the iPhone and Moblin using that setup we just went through. And that is a Moblin thing, at least for now. So there aren't many, if any, apps on either app store that can do this. Maybe 2026 we'll see something else jump into the scene, but this is one of the reasons, one of them, that I really loved using this app for IRL. Look how much wider the Action 4 is, and we'll do a walk around here, and next year we'll go something different with the setup. But you know, that is what I was using before. We were on iRow Pro S20 Ultra, still got the mic mini receiver plugged in, still got the two mics here, and then I'm listening to the stream, I'm listening to the TTS, the chat and everything through the iPhone, which I can just keep it in portrait mode, which is how I prefer to use Moblin. I can turn the screen off and it'll still work. So I'm listening, waiting for the screen to catch up. So the screen is off. So if I tap the screen, it's not going to turn on. So that's one way you're going to keep your phone cool, by having the screen off. Because the screen on is one of the contributors to overheating. Because it takes a lot of power to power that. Especially this older phone, which is using LCD, I think, iPhone 11. Whereas the newer ones are AMOLED, and not all of them. But yeah, if you can turn your screen off for a little bit, that might help. Put it on a cold surface. Temperature wise, phone is okay. We will need to plug it in. But yeah, we're done with the S20 Ultra. In fact, we don't need to use it now. It is purely a mobile hotspot. We're on 58% battery over here. Actually, camera app too, so if I want to take photos. Actually, we'll do one now. We'll use that fancy camera app that I've been testing. Guys ready? Smile, smile. So that should pop up for you guys in a minute now. Now there's one downside that I eventually got used to, and that's not being able to see the chat. So when I look up here, I can't see the chat. I have to look down at my iPhone. I have to open Moblin up on here and see what's happening. But yeah, I mean, that's what my iPhone looks like now. And it's doing everything. Well, it's a streaming app. Let's put these away. So we can pop our receiver away, and then which transmitter was it? I think it was like, whoop. I think it's this one. Hi. Whoop. Jesus. So it's blinking. So I went from phone streaming with the receiver to a direct connection from the transmitter straight into the Action 4. And everything to do that was in here, in this little case, which is why this has quickly become my favorite mic system. All I need is this, and I can do both types of streams easily. I don't have to fumble around to try and find the windshields or this or that. I know they got the newer mic 3 out, but it was quite a jump in price too. So if you're looking for something like what we're doing, then Mic Mini is still a very solid option. Oh, okay. Just remembered I need to charge. So I need to charge my iPhone. I've got our cables from the Anker battery. I'm going to plug the iPhone in. It's not going to affect the audio, affect the stream in any way. So we're plugging the iPhone in. I'm going to check the battery. So not charging, so I've got to do a thing. There's a lightning port quirk. So are we charging now? 44% battery. Yep, we're charging. So it's our iPhone connected. We've only just hooked up the Action 4, so I'm thinking we don't need to plug that in. Maybe the Ultra, but usually the Ultra will last for a whole stream. Keep my cables all tidy, so they can just go here. So everything fits in this bag. There's our phone tripod we were using before. So phone tripod's away, notes, very important. There's our phone adapter, don't need that now that we've got the Action 4. You see? So this extra cable, I can use this one for the Ultra. So that way I know my Ultra's going to be okay. Go, ooh, almost stopped Ultra. No, we're okay. What? And it keeps my chest area clearer. Alright, let's do that walk. Same walk from before. I think you guys will have noticed the difference in terms of field of view. You can see a lot more around me, right? It's a lot wider while also being stable. We've got the good audio from the mic, so when we added an external mic, it also improved things. Oh, my charging cable popped out. Oh, there it is. Okay, iPhone is back on the charge. Cool. So let's do that walk. Same walk from before. We're going to head in this direction along the little promenade here, and then we'll just cover some of the things that I've shown you already regarding features that I love out of Moblin. So clearly, this will be my favorite feature. This is my number one. I think in terms of footage and everything, if you only have a phone, the iPhone 11 with its internal camera and the selfie does better than the Ultra, I think, personal opinion. That's what I felt when I first switched to the Ultra from the iPhone. I was like, oh wow, the selfie camera isn't as smooth as the one on the iPhone. The one on the back though, really great in low light. Yeah, I think if you got an iPhone, even the base 11, you'll be okay with just that. If you can switch to something like this, what do you think? Even better, right? So this will be our setup from now on. So I can have you guys all the way up here, and I'll be pretty comfortable with having you up there because it's an action camera. It's not my phone. So if my phone was up there like it was earlier, I'd be scared that the phone itself might pop out and hit the ground. Action camera weighs nothing. I'm a little more okay. There are slightly riskier things with it. Now, one good thing about not having chat or distractions is, your focus is really on looking into the lens. So I think that is a good thing when you use a camera like this one. Let's see. Alright, so external camera, or what I've got in here, external camera using an R10 PNGs. So I've got on here number 2. This isn't in any particular order. Favorite features, we've got a top 10 list, and I'm probably going to have more than 10 in this stream. So that would be my favorite feature. Next thing I've got is screen sharing. So let's do a screen share. So I've already set that up inside of Moblin. I am just going to swipe down from the top right hand corner, and I'm going to press and hold the screen recording button, and then from the list I'm going to look for Moblin and start broadcast. It's counting down, and then we should have it pop up on stream, I think this side. We're going to leave that up until we're almost about to wrap up. But basically, this is one of the other features available inside of Moblin, is where you can screen share what you're looking at on your phone. Now normally, and depending on your phone, it wouldn't be Moblin. You'd be screen sharing your Pokemon gameplay or something else. Now I found, at least my phone, I can screen share Moblin, but lately it's been struggling to screen share anything else. Now what you're able to notice, in my Moblin, we've got chat messages. They're from Kick, Twitch, YouTube messages will be there. Just looking for the messages. iPhone 17 has less heating issues apparently. Yeah. So that is one of the big pros I'd say out of the newer phones, and apparently it's just this generation, this latest one, the 17 Pro Max and the Pro. I've heard lots of good things about it, but I haven't heard much about the base model, the 17, so I'd be curious to hear from any folks who have it. One shortcut to turn off the screen share is just to turn off your screen. So if I turn off the phone, then that screen share will turn off. So it's immediate. Whereas the other way is you could either go into the menu, let's see, this menu here, which shows the widgets I've got attached to the scene. So one there which is screen capture. So I could turn that on or off. So I'll turn it back on again. So another one of my favorite features is this interactive chat. Now this one is scrollable. So that other one we were looking at, this is a default chat. You can't scroll up or down with that list, but this other one, which is available as a quick button, you can. So if you missed a message and you want to go back, have a look, then you can scroll up and down with this one. And you can also write a message in chat. So here we've got Twitch selected. You could choose Twitch and Kick, or maybe just Kick. So you can choose where your message gets sent to. So I usually use Twitch to control my stream. So that's where I could type a message here for Twitch. So, hello, Team Purple. See? Or I could switch here to this one. I could say hello, Team Green. Okay, so that message is sent to one platform. The other one, unfortunately, we don't have support for sending messages to YouTube. Now YouTube, the API has limits, especially on a free app like Moblin. So I think I heard the Moblin folks discussing YouTube, whether maybe full YouTube support would be available via like a subscription thing, you know. It's what StreamBuddy does. They do that. If you want to unlock some of their features, like YouTube, they have that as an option. But yeah, the fact that you can do that is great. Now, one thing I noticed from the other day when I was streaming on IRL Pro, I was relaying messages from the other platforms to Twitch, but then I realized if you get any trolls, you can't moderate those messages, and the messages that are relayed, they're not filtered. So if someone says something that is blocked by the filters on the other platform, they still come through. So yeah, there's nothing you can do about it if you relay messages that way. I think your best bet, rather than relay, is don't relay. It's an option. And to use an app, either Moblin, which gives you chat for Twitch, Kick, read messages from YouTube, or StreamBuddy, where you can moderate messages on there. So you need a way to moderate messages, which you can't do if you relay. You know, you don't want to ban your bot because of someone who said something naughty on one of the other platforms. I think there will be yeah, because I recorded my last stream with the intent to use it as B-roll for a video, how to IRL stream with IRL Pro. But after doing that stream, I'm going to have a follow-up, or say, you know, I suggest this, but do this. Now there's something I want to try. I want to send an SRT stream from IRL Pro into the iPhone. So what you're seeing now is an RTMP stream from the Action 4 into the iPhone. But I want to do an SRT stream because SRT is better for like video, lighter on the setup. And in fact, if DJI upgraded their app or maybe their devices to support SRT streaming, so at least you can go SRT from the Action 4 or whatever, Action 7 into Moblin, that'd be way better than RTMP. So I hope that is coming, or at least a different protocol, maybe RIST or something else, NDI maybe, I don't know. Okay, so let's try it. Let's hide our little preview. Going to go into ingest. Excuse me. Got SRT LA server. So yes, we won't enable it. That is our port. SRT port, SRT LA port. I want to create a stream. It's called my stream currently. Going to give it a new name. Going to rename it to what do I call it? RTMP stream. So SS, I guess. SS and IRL Pro. So the stream ID, we'll call this 2. Super hard, no one will ever guess it. SRT URL, so I've got a couple in there. SRT LA. Actually, I will need that. So I need a copy of the SRT URL. And I need to send it to my culture somehow. So now that we've got it in there, we're going to enable the SRTLA server, and we're going to turn off our screen share. So go into Scene Widgets, and then for Screen Capture V, we'll just toggle that off. As I'll need to do something. Transfer, so how do I transfer? Text myself, I guess. We'll try that. Oh no, it's raining. Good thing, the Action 4 is waterproof. I know, I'll do it a different way. So I'm outside of the app right now, and we're still streaming. So that's where you would need background mode. Okay, so I got a super secret SRT URL with our screen key. It's so hard, no one will ever guess it. We're going to move from here into some shelter. So I'm not too worried. Maybe the iPhone, because that's on my little lanyard and outside of my bag, but I could just pop that in the bag. Yeah, if I just show you. So there's the iPhone here. Power cable in. Phone screen off. And Action 4 is waterproof. Ooh, there could be copyright music in here, in this little space. Yeah, I think so. How's the audio? Audio okay? Right, I think it's noisy enough in here. Must be from the train station. That will be okay. Oh yeah. Reopen Moblin. Moldy, I see ya. Okay, now on the other phone, let's see. So I need to try and get the URL from the other phone, SRT URL. So I'm just going to copy it. Now you could text it to your other number, lots of different ways to do this. Or the two iPhones. If you got what's it called? Handshake, I think. It's where you can just copy and paste from one iOS device to another one, or from a Mac to a phone. It makes it so easy. Let's see. Okay, so I got the URL. Gonna open up IRO Pro over here, and then we need to go into the settings. So I can't share this, sadly. Can I? Oh no. I'm gonna set up a new connection. So new connection. We're gonna call this one Moblin SRT. with our super secret password URL. So that's all in there. So this is the caller, the passphrase, stream ID, which was 2. I don't think we need to re-enter it. I've already got it in the URL. But oh, okay. Stream ID parameter is found in URL. Please fill out stream ID. Okay. So I'll just take out the ID number. Maybe I'll take out the equals to and then put the stream ID. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, so it just removed it. So remove the parameter question mark stream ID equals 2. So I took out the equals 2 and then put the stream ID into the separate field, and I guess it just does it for you. Is that a rain or a train? We've got a Moblin SRT streamer here. Alright, I am now. Let's turn on our screen share again. So, screen share. Some food. Okay, alright, so. Let's see, I'm going to go into the settings, I'm going to add a scene, I'm going to call this one S23. So the name in here, so we're going to use video source name is the SRTLA server for IRL Pro. Everything else okay, go right on these. We won't override the mic. Okay, so let's try it. On here, we're going to go live, start broadcast. Cameras or scenes inside of Moblin. We should be using the 20 bar as well as well, actually we should be using the DJI mic mini audio store from the Action 4. So if we needed to zoom, we could start up this other stream from IRL Pro into Moblin. So we're still using Moblin. See there, end stream. Still using Moblin. Oh yeah, this scene doesn't have the screen share. I need to add a screen share on this one. It's only on the scene for the Action 4. Scene for the Action 4. So we'll do a switch. Okay, so we're on the scene which is the Action 4. I was using before, the S23 Ultra. We'll switch back. Hello.
ultra wide, and then go to the normal lens, a lot more zoomed in, so we could pinch to zoom, look at the menu, see what they've got for lunch, specials, pretty good. Yum. Okay, we'll switch back to the Action 4. Over here, stop streaming. So we're no longer using iRod Pro to broadcast into the iPhone. And you can go back to using this as a camera. Now, did I get a message? I got a like. Ah, that's nice. What if I could turn off likes? I like that I got a like, but I don't need a notification for it. What if I get like 100 messages or 100 likes in one day? Do I get a notification for all of them? Just checking through. Anyone know the answer to that? Okay, so S20 Ultra is going in the pocket, so you don't really need it unless you want to take photos. iPhone is continuing to charge. So there we go, one phone in the pocket. There's a mobile hotspot for the S20 Ultra. iPhone is handling our stream TTS. I can hear your messages, anything you type in there. Let's see, what else? So we've got a screen share. We've got an SRT stream into Moblin that we can switch to as a scene inside of Moblin. We've got RTMP external camera. So the RTMP could also be gameplay from like the other phone. So for example, I mentioned earlier that trying to play Pokemon Go on the iPhone was a bit hard on it. So instead we could bring up Streamlabs on this phone, and then we could share one app, which could be Pokemon Go. So you can now do screen share with the Streamlabs mobile app for Android. It wasn't available before. Maybe I'll open the app up first. The Pokemon Go. Loading. I need to plug this in for power soon. Okay, got the game up. Then go back to Streamlabs. So share one app. Pokemon Go is in the options. I'll go back to so I'm going to go live and choose Moblin inside of Streamlabs. So we are now screen sharing. I go back to Pokemon Go over here. Now on Moblin, we need to find our widget, Pokemon Go widget. And I think we have to turn off our screen share. Oh, which one is it? I've got two in here.
You know, the URL probably changed. What do you choose? Yeah, I've kind of done it, but I think this video that I currently working on, that would be that's on the lookout for. I still need to record beginning and the end, so stay tuned for that one. Yeah, audio scripting a little bit there. Okay, I need to update my URL. 227, so 10.227.175. Yeah, so everything else was the same. So just one of the downsides is at least that part seems to have a rotating dynamic address. An entry-level setup for someone wanting to do a couple of quick and easy IRL live streams. You've got a compact system that can fit in a jack. Pushing it on the iPhone. iPhone is complaining. Oh, let's do a thing too. So I think, give me a second, let me just get this working. Then I could talk through it. But the way that you connect the screen share is not too different from how we set up the Action 4. So I've done it a few more times than what I'm doing now. So I've only done it one other time. So let's see. Scenes. Before I turn off that other one. So I think I need to turn off a couple of things. Well, iPhone's getting a bit laggy. So just a bit. Widget.
duration, enough battery life to last a few hours, a way to read chat and see alerts on your phone screen, and a disconnect protection for areas where your signal might be weak, causing a lot of dropouts. There's limits to a setup like this, like having to keep looking at your screen to see alerts as they happen, like a new follower or donation, no custom disconnected scene instead of the default one, no custom privacy mode which also mutes the microphone, no easy way to send your viewers to another Twitch channel, and okay, how's the audio? Better? Should be a little better. Ooh. So that glitching is when I'm starting to push the resources. Okay, so let's give it another go. I'm going to kill Streamlabs. One app. Pokemon Go. I'm going to check the account details where I'm streaming. So inside of Streamlabs, I'm going to check the RTMP URL that I'm sending the video from my Android to the iPhone. I think I've got too many things set up here. Getting a little confusing which one that I'm streaming to. Okay, so there's one RTMP URL for Streamlabs. So the URL on my iPhone is the same as the one that I've got in the S20 Ultra and the Streamlabs mobile app. Right? Okay, so that's good. So it is called RS23 Streamlabs. Maybe I'll just, oh, okay, I can't do that. I was going to rename it, but I have to turn off the RTMP server, which I'm currently using for the action. So, you can do that later. And RTMP server for the Streamlabs mobile app, and then yeah, I think that's it. So I go to a scene inside Moblin, for the one for the Action 4, and then we have widgets for that scene, the one called Streamlabs. So widget, just check. So widget using the correct video source, which is the Streamlabs RTMP server. Okay, so I think everything looks good now. So that widget is enabled. Oh boy. Okay, so save, close, and we'll go live in here to Moblin. Yeah, okay.
list here. Today I'm reading a script of my teleprompter here, and I'm hoping that this is going to work flawlessly and it'll be all done in one take. That is very unlikely. Also, my eyes may be a little bit like this. I haven't done this that many times. Let's start over. Connection bonding. What is it? What are the options? And which is the best one for you as an IRL live streamer? These are just a few of the questions I plan to answer for you in today's video. Okay. How are we doing now? Doing a little bit better? I think my setup in particular prefers it when I'm on the move. Doesn't like it when I sit down or stay in one spot for too long in a sort of rough internet area. And they're going to go a little bit better out here in the open. That's basically what I'm doing. You see? So my iPhone is down here. But I did need to look down and chat. I got the iPhone, right? And then I've got the gameplay on this other phone. So I'm holding that one. And I've got the TTS going so I can hear what's happening. So if anyone does say anything in chat, then I can just grab the other phone. Yeah. Now you have to try and look at the camera when you're doing this, and also your surroundings. Very important in the IRL. Very, very important. Yeah, we're clear on that side, so across the road. Okay, I'm going to use our infinity egg on a 2K, and then we'll incubate an egg with one of these. So I've got 3 of those. I only use them on a 10K egg. Yep, standard storage all full. There. Then if I wanted, so the screen does need to be on for the gameplay to work. If I turn the screen off, then the screen share does stop. I have a video where I have both phones on a gimbal. That's actually, there's benefits to that. Footage was smooth. I can see the gameplay. I can read the chat up here. But it's also a bit crazy looking. I mean, just from the thumbnail, you'll look at that and go, oh, what is that thing? What is that thing that guy is walking around? Whereas this is a little more low-key. And that's the direction I've been going with IRL. More low-key, not so crazy looking, socially acceptable. It's sort of that sort of thing, you know. Yeah, but this doesn't look too bad. I think. Now I've just got a selfie stick. And from the outside, this looks like I'm like a tourist, traveller. And then I'm holding a phone in this hand, which, you know, I could be just texting or something, you know. Currently, at the moment, I've got the gameplay on here. And another phone, a streaming phone down there. I think having it on the outside is good for the phone, keeps it cooler. Yeah. Pie rollers, what is that? What's a pie roller? Let's look at the sign. What's a pie roller? Oh, it's a pie place. They look closed. That must be new. Till 3 p.m. Definitely closed. $11.50 for a pie. Whoa. Okay. Mince and cheese, steak, stout and cheese, house smoked fish pie, spicy buffalo chicken cheese, jalapeno and American cheese, nacho libre, potato mash, yeah. Oh wait, $3.20. What's that? Side dish. Potato gravy. So you get what, steak, stout and cheese with a potato mash on the side.
I understand. I knew that, and that's why I was like, fuck.
I think they should reduce the pie a little bit and make the sides more expensive. That's a big ask, $12 pie. They're getting more and more expensive. They're not supposed to be that expensive pies. Not $12, wow. Have to be a really, really good pie. Oh, gameplay turned off. Screen turned off. That's a bit dumb that it does that. Did the screen share stop as well? I think it did, eh? Okay, that's one not good thing for a stream that's mobile screen sharing. It should keep the screen on. Oh yeah. Okay, that's our Pokemon Go gameplay. Riveting, I know. It's going to be easier on the Ultra if I don't screen share. I think for me to play Pokemon Go, it's better if I'm on the e-scooter. That way it's in front of me, I can just tap the screen to keep it awake. Oh, nice car, cool breeze. But that was one of the other items in my top 10 list of things I really like about Moblin. As you could see live, there's a little bit to it, but I think now that I've fixed my settings, it'll be a lot easier to get that working again. Would you guys like to see me give it another go? Yep, speak up now, tell me, otherwise I'll leave it. Okay, cool. Duly noted. We'll carry on. Let's see. So we'll go from here. Just want you to look at the field view, how wide the view is. Things are with the Action 4 as a streaming camera. Stabilization. The difference there with this one versus the other. Audio, because we've got the external mic plugged in. Don't want my head to go flying. Yeah. Audio, video, stabilization, and then just the gear. The gear is a lot more low-key than what I was using just before. So if I can peg this down, something similar to what I had before, I'll show you. So new photo. And this isn't even the most low-key version of this. So that's one that I've just shared. I'll take the Action 4 off the lightsaber, and then I'll show you what it looks like, the most minimalist setup.
My daughter was standing in front of me. She was looking at me. I was stuck in front of her eyes.
So this is the absolute smallest version of this. So that is the smallest setup with some still fairly decent stabilization if we hold it this way. And also, let's see, we'll grab let's see, I'm going to grab the other little mini tripod I've got. So we've got that one. So that's a little bit better. Take another photo. So one thing I really like about this, no receiver. So my streaming phone doesn't have a receiver. The Action 4 doesn't have a receiver. Assuming you're in a good area, not much interference there, I really like this. Okay, let's move from here. I've still got you on the little mini tripod, by the way. The thing you have to remember is to hold your camera up. I try to have my camera up here. I think this looks the best. So you can see what's happening around me and the background. Now you can do that. And in fact, when you start off streaming, you probably might start off like this. Easier to hold the camera or phone like this. I don't think that's very interesting, that low angle. So don't be shy. Hold it up like this. See what a difference that makes. That looks way better. We're going to go over here and I'll put you back on the tripod. So taking off that one, back on the lightsaber. See what I mean by calling it a lightsaber? That just means I can have you up here without reaching. Don't have to sting my arm out. So when I have my arm bent like it is now, it's easier to hold the action for the camera or whatever up like this, you know. So this is my ultimate setup. This is my preferred one. Has been for, I guess, the second half, maybe all of 2025. So I believe I got the Action 4 early February, Marchish. Since then I've had the Pocket 3, where you can connect to an iPhone in a very similar way. RTMP wirelessly. Similar settings, RTMP setting, RTMP server, add a DJI device. I think overall the Pocket 4, I think it's better as an IRL camera, and you don't have to worry about the weather. It can get wet, it's waterproof, more rugged, so I wouldn't be as worried dropping this versus a Pocket 3. I think one drop and it's gone to Reno. A little bit of rain, gone to Reno. Action 4, self-contained, pretty sturdy. It'll handle most bumps. And then wireless audio into the Action 4 is going to keep your video and audio in sync. You can separate it, wireless mic, into the phone with a receiver. I think you just got one extra thing. Got a receiver, and then you have to try and match the video to the audio, which it might for a little bit. I mentioned that earlier, but then it could go out of sync. It's not very reliable that way. Yeah. So, have I demonstrated everything? Moblin. Screen sharing, we've done that. We've shown you how the screen sharing working inside of Moblin. Let's do it again. So swipe from the top right corner. Oh, actually I need to re-add the widget. So I've got the widget enabled for vertical screen share. Okay, that should be visible now for you folks. Let's see. Yep. Screen sharing, external camera. So we've got both 1 and 2 on screen for you right now. I've got an external camera via R10P. I'm also screen sharing what I'm looking at on my phone. Now if you've got a newer phone, 17 Pro Max, Pro, then you'll be able to do most of what I'm doing with the phone. Be able to handle being a mobile hotspot. You could do the gameplay on the 17 Pro Max, you could do all that. But when you've got a low end model, like my good old 11, you've got to leverage things out, split it up between the two phones, know your settings, what your phone can handle. Hey, what else have I got in here? Predefined messages. I don't know if I fully showed you that, but I've got a quick button. Maybe we'll include quick buttons in here. So under settings, we've got display, quick buttons. So these are all the macros, I guess, that you can enable, turn on or off. And I've got one for chat. So this one here, this is the chat quick button. And then I can press this other quick button for predefined messages. Fantastic feature, best feature ever, I tell you. All the other feature requests, not as good as this one. Personal opinion, of course. So we've got shortcuts, text shortcuts, macros for chat commands that'll activate in StreamerBot. So I've set most of these up as StreamerBot chat commands, and StreamerBot's going to go through a sequence of actions or sub-actions based on the chat message there. So for example, we use the one for privacy. It's going to go to the privacy scene. That'll turn the music up, that'll blur the scene. So it does a bunch of things related to that one chat command. Let's give it a go. Okay. Alright. There was a couple of predefined messages. One for the live scene in OBS, what I call Cam 1. And also privacy. I turned the music up. I could turn it up now. So yeah, maybe if you've got a whole bunch of chat commands you don't remember, you could just put them all into the predefined messages list. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right, that's what it was. It was that one. Yeah, so you can add them all into this little list here. Okay, next one, gameplay from another phone. Well, we just demonstrated that with the Pokemon Go gameplay from the S23 Ultra into the iPhone and Moblin. I suppose we can also include SRT video from IRL Pro into Moblin. So that was another option. So I got RTMP into Moblin. I've got SRT into Moblin. We've got the gameplay, which was RTMP. The Action 4, which is RTMP. Now, as you can see, well, I'll show you. I can also see chat from all the platforms. Currently, it's just my bot talking. But you can go into the settings, chat, go back a little bit. Streaming platforms, where you can add your accounts. So got Twitch, Kick, YouTube. Right. And then in terms of, let's say, text to speech, we can choose whether we want the t-test to say the username of someone who's speaking. Maybe you only want subscribers. I believe that's a Twitch only feature. It can detect language. There's a filter mention, so if someone @s somebody else, don't say messages that contains mentions except when you are in that mention. Yeah. Don't say messages that are likely spam or bot comments. So yeah, we've got a whole bunch of things in here. Very useful as a streamer. In terms of the bot, so bot has these commands. This is Moblin related bot messages. So when you type in one of those messages, then Moblin will react to that chat command or in-app. Aliases. So if there is a Moblin chat command that maybe it's too long for you to type, you can add a shorter version of it in here as an alias. But combined with predefined messages, you could have an alias and also a shortcut. You can add nicknames for users. So I've got a whole bunch of names in here of folks who pop into chat. So you see Maori. I'm trying to get the t-test to pronounce Maori's username properly, but it keeps doing it as Murray or Mary or everything but the correct one. So it's a correct combination of words. We'll get there. So rather than reading out Floss's name as an acronym, I've just put Floss in here. MediaTek, just as MediaTek, you know. KD and Eric. So I got that message. Shrino on Twitch. Is Moblin available on Android? I get asked that a lot. The Moblin team get asked that a lot. Unfortunately, it is just iPhone. iOS, iPhone and iPad. It is so integrated into the iPhone ecosystem just the camera part of it, it's just, yeah, there's too many differences. No, I know, right? I know. And I did demonstrate, at least in the first part of the stream, the things that you can do with IRL Pro. Even though it's using Moblin, I know that they're also available in IRL Pro as well. But we got to a point where everything now is Moblin. Maybe this year we'll see some other contenders, some other folks who are going to join this space and have something to wow us with. You know, I'm hopeful. You know, I'm hopeful that that could happen. Currently, I think Moblin is the king of IRL. They're doing so much for the space, but also very feature rich. So there is a learning curve to get into Moblin. So it might be for someone who's just getting into it to go, yeah, nah, this is too hard. This is too much. I just need something simple, easy to use. And you know, I think what Moblin have been doing is they've been refining it, making it more user friendly, but there's still quite a bit of a learning curve there, especially for people new to this. And at the moment, that seat is taken by Streamlabs Mobile. I think they've done a good job with their app, but it's also kind of in that space where user friendly for the most part, does some things well, whereas you got Moblin which does everything. So you've got either here or here. Maybe there could be something in the middle. Maybe. So at least today I'm going to share with you all the cool things that are available IRL Pro. We did some of those. Moblin. And then if someone's building an app, take notes. And hopefully you can bring a little bit of that goodness to Android. But I'd also suggest maybe looking at a cheap refurbished iPhone 11 like what I have, because that's what I'm using now. I don't have a 17 Pro Max, not even a Pro or Pro Max. Mine is the base iPhone 11. So I know at least with this phone and this S23 Ultra I've been able to do what I do. I think you can pick these up pretty cheap on the refurbished sites, unless there's one local. But you know, for me, I need to go up from this one, and I might just jump straight to the 17 if the prices go down, or if I can get on a payment plan thing or whatever. I think I've paid off the Ultra. I'll need to check that. Alright, so we've covered 1, 2, 3, 4 on my list of things. Screen share, external camera, RTMP, external share via SOT and RTMP. We've got predefined messages, reading chat was number 5 on Twitch, Kick and YouTube. We can do that here, as you can see inside of Moblin. And we can also do some moderation in here too. So if someone was very naughty, we can do a timeout. So how about my bot? Oh, other chat. So I need to switch to the other chat, and it'll click on my bot. So here for my bot, I can time out my bot. I could ban my bot. Don't want to do that. Then I could delete a message, copy, and then add a nickname for that person. So maybe, so for Cliff Creates bot, I could call it whatever, Jeff. Let's call my bot Jeff. So I'm going to press save. Oh, this could be another thing. Adding nicknames. It's all related to chat. So now whenever my bot would type a message in chat, if I had TTS enabled for my bot, I would say Jeff says something. You know? But I turned off messages from a bot, so I can't actually hear what it would say. Another little feature I like about Moblin chat is it doesn't read out those emojis, so I didn't hear any of those. You know, especially when you get a raid from another channel, you often get like a spam, but good spam. You know, people say Jeff raid or something raid emojis. So that kind of chat spam is okay. That's all right. But in terms of TTS, it can be a little distracting. And then you might, just mute your headset, take the headset out so you can't hear the emojis. So I'll read out all those emojis. Say Cliff C alien, 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 Cliff C alien. So read out every single emote. So rather than doing that, like what Moblin could do, is it just won't read out the emotes. You don't need to know what the emote is. See it, great, but not hear it. Hear what the code is for the emote. Having a TTS in there, that's another great thing. I don't think the TTS is as important as being able to see the chat, either in the app, like what I can see. So I think that is more important, but if you can have TTS as well, great. Just 2 in 1. But yeah, you need to be able to acknowledge, see what's happening, and say, hey, yeah, of course, Shrino. Sorry, Shrino, there was no Moblin for Android. Who knows? Maybe someone will develop an app with AI that'll convert, easy convert, one-click convert the code or whatever for an iPhone app into an Android version, and it'll just magically compile and everything. I highly doubt that, but yeah, who knows? Who knows with technology nowadays? Maybe it'll have all the libraries of Android on this side related to Camera X and whatever, have all the libraries for iOS on this side. I'll say, oh yeah, easy. This is the same as this other thing. Maybe we need to import this other thing to do this or that, do this, do this, do this. So maybe that is something that they could do. Nourish, are you using Latin Moblin? I'm not. Nothing. Hey, bird, go away. Go away. It's having a fit. Where were we? I think you need, well, for one part, you would need to use the internal cameras and also have maybe a Pro or Pro Max. I believe those phones support LUTs. So, yeah, I'm pretty vanilla on the camera settings and things. I would love it if you could apply a LUT for Action 4. Maybe that was in camera, you apply it in the app somehow. So it's done there before it's processed by Moblin, rather than after. So just putting it on top of it. Yeah, so it uses the raw footage from the Action 4, applies the LUT there, and then that gets sent or added to the whatever is displaying the camera. Yeah, that would be cool. Don't know if my phone could handle it though. It might say, yeah, nah, I'm done. Night. Go to sleep for me. Hey, thank you. Glad to hear that. Oh yeah, by the way, did you know that I got those messages? That whether they were on YouTube, Kick, I heard both of those. You could see that, right? See those messages on my screen share. So if I'm Team Red, Team Green and Purple, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, yeah, I can see them, I can hear those messages. You can because I've got it on screen. But all very important things for a live streaming app. And one of the reasons why I'm a big fan of Moblin. I think I've got a few empty spots in my list of 10, but we've definitely covered more than 10. except for one thing I haven't done. So there is a feature. Let's see. Can go into widgets. No, sorry, predefined messages. Widgets. Moblin snapshot. Okay, cool. So let's try it. Got to get the timing right on this. So where's my... Got to get my thumb in the right place. Now press that little aperture camera button. I think that worked. Naseen. Oh no, I wasn't looking at it. Do you picture the stream from the Twitch app? Picture the stream. What do you mean? So you can do a picture-in-picture. I could have the Twitch app open. So I can just basically open any app. So for example, I'm just going to turn off the screen share for now. Screen capture. Okay, we'll turn it off there. Oh, okay. Who is this person? So following clips maybe. Actually, that browse. I want to have it on something. Yeah, like that. So that screen share that you saw, that was what I'm looking at on my phone, on my iPhone. Just waiting for it to show up on my little preview there. Okay. So on an iPhone, you can swipe down from the top right hand corner, and in there you would have an option to screen record. It's the same one for that screen share that you see. And then rather than choosing photos, where your screen would be recorded as a video onto your phone, you would look through the list and choose Moblin instead. So your screen share is going to go into Moblin, and then you set up a widget or scene that has your screen share. But in order to have what I've got now, where we've got a screen share and we've got a camera that's not the iPhone, you need an external camera. So I'm streaming with this phone that I'm screen sharing, but this is not my camera. My camera is the Action 4. So you can't do this if you use the internal cameras of your phone. Also, if you have an external camera, you can turn off the phone screen, which you can't do with the internal cameras. If you turn off the screen, then your screen goes blurry. You know? Yeah. So whereas with an external camera like what we're using now, we'll check the battery. We're low on battery there. But an external camera, no problem. No blurry screen. It'll just keep going. But that is only available for the iPhone. My external, no. I don't know about iPad because I don't have an iPad. But with the iPad, if you have a USB-C camera plugged in, you can do that with an iPad. Yeah, or the phone. And I think that's one reason why I don't have overheating with my phone, is because, you know, the Action 4 is doing a lot of the work, like with stabilization. It's doing all of that. And I think that's one of the benefits to what I'm doing now, especially for a low-end phone, old phone like my one, iPhone 11, is that I'm offloading things. Yeah, so we've got the S20 Ultra as a mobile hotspot, the Action 4 video, audio is going through that into my iPhone. I'm also supplying internet from the S20 Ultra. So at the very beginning we're having connectivity issues, and this was we were just using the SIM card from the iPhone. As soon as we bonded the second one, the stream was a lot more stable. And now, you guys didn't notice it, but I actually plugged in power to the Action 4, and it didn't affect the audio at all. So now we are charging on the Action 4 with the Anker battery. It's very fast, takes about 10-20 minutes. Let me check that question. Nourish, do you know whether the Insta360 Ace Pro camera can do the same as the Action 4? Oh, I don't have one, so I don't know. I can only tell you what my experience is like with the Action 4. So this camera that I'm using now is my very first action camera. Not my first live streaming camera. That first live streaming camera beside a phone would be the iCoco on here, which was very good at the time when I had it. And then since then I've got this one, Action 4, which all round is a package. It tops everything that I've got. So the iPhone cameras, S23 Ultra, the iCoco on here, even beats my full frame camera and my other cameras I've got because of how portable and light it is. In terms of IRL, this one beats everything. Get a super wide look. It weighs nothing. You know? Thank you for the follow. You see? External camera, that's stuff. Yeah. So yeah, great all round points. Well, I've shown you my experience so far. Now, this space is a huge one. I'm sure there are apps and devices that I don't know about or I don't have access to, limited funds, that kind of thing. So I'm sort of working within my budget, and maybe, you know, see how this goes. There'll be other options I could present to you guys. As for all we know, there could be an app on Android that we just don't know about. They can do everything that Moblin does. I've looked, and I've listened to folks in the chat, get people from all over telling us about new technologies. Maybe that is on the horizon. I'd love to share that with you guys. Because I know there are folks who have already bought a really nice phone, but it's an Android, so they just can't use Moblin. Maybe they're on a contract, so they're stuck for 3-4 years in that system until after, and then maybe they could look at other things. Maybe you just don't like Apple. There's plenty of people like that. Can't stand Apple, never go to Apple. IRL Pro is good enough. Yeah, I know. So it does a lot of what Larryx could do. So early days into IRL, that app was fantastic. I was like, great, wow, this is awesome. I want an IRL stream. We've got this Larryx broadcaster. And I was really happy using it. Started with it on iPhone. And then when they went premium, I said, oh, okay, maybe I need to look at other options. IRL Pro came to the rescue. And then for a long time, I was using IRL Pro. And then when I heard about Moblin, I still had my iPhone, so I said, hey, let's give this thing a go. And then it's just been great seeing the development stuff they've done on that side. I just want there to be an Android version, if possible. Something on Android that could be in the race. At the moment, I say Moblin's all the way over here, everyone else is lagging a little bit. We need someone to catch up, and it'll be a friendly rivalry, I reckon. But yeah, there's also, usability. I think that's a big part as well. So when you want to get into IRL, most people just want something that's easy. It would be a headache, or you have to invest heaps of time into to figure out how to get it going. So I think you can do that with Moblin, but there's still a bit of a curve to learn. So it's been nice to see the advances Moblin have made over time, and they're always rolling out updates. That's fantastic to see. I think there will always be complexity to this, but if it could be streamlined more with the user experience, I think that'd be like the ultimate goal, right? But still have advanced features. A little bit of both. It's possible. It can happen. Correct. So I am using Moblin as my streaming app now. We have switched to IRL Pro in the stream, and both of those I've got BellBox Cloud set up as the relay server. I can use port forwarding, but I choose not to. Port forwarding, you need two connections. You need one which is for your local home network when you're at home connected to the Wi-Fi, and you need a separate connection for remote access, because you're connecting to your computer via the external router, which is a different IP address. And then you have to remember, which one am I connected to? I can't connect. Why is that? I'm on the wrong one. So you have to keep switching back and forth. Either that, or you turn off the Wi-Fi on your mobile phone, which is kind of dumb, Don't really want to have to turn that off when you're home just to do a test live stream. Now, but if you've got a service like BellBox Cloud, there are other ones like IRL Hosting, IRL Toolkit. They all provide similar services. They just make it easier. One URL for your phone and another one for OBS. That's it. No ports, no CGNAT, no blocked, any of that stuff. Are you streaming to your home PC with BellBox Cloud? So we answered that one. How many SIM cards are you using right now? I have 2. Yep. I'm on a kind of like a group bundle, family bundle, where if you combine a whole bunch together, all the other plans are cheaper. So one person pays the full price of a plan, which is here $80 New Zealand. Gives you unlimited data, unlimited hotspot, 5G, so pretty good. Pretty good. Don't have that in many places. Fair use, but I've never had any problems with it. And then all your other plans are half the cost, so you don't. So let's say you had one plan $80, you sign up a second plan, also $80. Oh man! But with this group bundle, additional plans are half the price. So $180, $140, other $140. But budget permitting right now, I can do 2. So I have 2 plans. I would like to have a third, but with a different provider. So I think that's one of the problems I've had. Oh Jesus. Well, they're very noisy, that's why. We're right beside the boat. You guys recognize the theme? It is the Love Boat. The Love Boats. Da, 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 da. Yeah, it is nice. So that's why I use it all the time. I can't go back to using a phone, you know. Also, you're having the phone up here. It concerns me sometimes, especially hearing about people who steal phones out of people's hands. It's like, oh, okay, I want to get away from that. All right, questions. So 2 SIM cards, yeah. Well, that is one advantage of living in a country with a lot of people. The prices go down. So my other Indian friend who was a live streamer on here doesn't stream anymore, but he would say that his home internet was cheap as, I think it's like $100 a year, and that mine would be $100 a month. So what? Yeah, everything was so much cheaper over there compared to the prices here. But yeah, that's the thing. Lots of competition, prices go down. No competition, prices go up. And also, hey, corrupt. Let's see. Action camera looks good, eh? I love how wide it is. I think the quality looks real nice. Natural colors, no filter. We just got, let's see, you can choose a mode, whether it is color, normal, I think, and also like a muted look if you want to apply maybe a LUT in OBS. I've tried that, but I'm pretty happy. Just keep it vanilla, less work. Check out my latest YouTube video, it's in there. Whoa, Jesus, windy. Woo. Whoa. If you want to jump straight to that part, I do have, what do they call it, chapters inside of my YouTube video telling where each bit is, but it probably won't make much sense without watching the whole thing. 73% battery on the Action 4. So I think I'll leave you guys plugged in, get to 90%. But yeah, one other thing I like about this setup, when I have a cable plugged into the Action camera, so there is no cut or disruption to the stream or to the audio. So I plugged in and didn't hear any difference. It was as if I hadn't plugged in, but my Action camera definitely needed the power. So that's another benefit. Going back to IRL Pro reminded me that, oh yeah, the audio does cut out briefly when you plug in a phone, plug in a power. Also, depending on your setup, if you've got a receiver plugged in, then you're using a pass-through port of the receiver into the phone. So maybe you're putting some wear and tear on that port. Something I have to consider with the Action camera, maybe some kind of short cable, little adapter thing. Ooh. How close that boat looks. Just going past too. There, grab a photo. I'll pop you guys on the chest mount. It's going to be easier to take photos that way. I don't get this angle. before it turns completely around. Okay, got a photo. Alright, so now we're hands-free. Got these on the chest mount. Maybe it was that other boat that had the horn, not this one here. I think it has to be a Princess Cruise or P&O. Okay, can pop the other phone away now. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's really windy. How the other setup with the Lenzy mic would have picked up all the wind. Try something. Something we did earlier. See if you guys notice. I suppose with the screen share, see anyone on the top? Okay, let's see. I need to change a setting. My audio. Oh, I'd love to. I don't know what the connection would be like, that's the thing.
So we're going to switch our audio to, oh no, so it needs to be the, oh yeah, Action 4. Based on the other stream that we did, where we were on the little, what do you call them? Little ferry boat. You'll get, within these boundaries will be okay, but as soon as we're in open water. Okay, yeah, I switched it to the wrong one. Okay, that should be better. Let's try that again. Wrong scene. See, these 23 should be. Oh, SRT, yeah, there we go. Now it'll work. But our boat's almost gone. All my things are getting tangled up. Let's try that again. So now we're seeing the S20 Ultra. It should have audio from it's supposed to have the audio from the Action 4. Now we should have the good audio. There we go. It took a little while, a little too long. Yeah, if we need a zoom, we can switch to this scene where we had the zoom with the Action, not Action 4, with the S20 Ultra. And then if we're going to go back to a more stable video, because I'm hand holding the S23 right now, then we'll go back to the Action 4. Okay. Alright, stop streaming from IRL Pro into the iPhone. Go back to good old action camera. That was fun. Now, how's our action camera doing? Currently on 92% battery, so I can unplug from the action camera. Hello. And now we're wireless again for the action. So I definitely prefer using it like this. So there's our setup. Got a power cable for the iPhone. And then we can have a look down. Oh, cool, Yannick, hello. How's your setup going? I guess we'll continue our walk. Yeah, what happened? Have you streamed there before? Were you having connectivity issues? Ah, but it does connect normally. Yeah? Now, were you getting an error message where your bitrate was stuck on 250 kilobits? Did that happen? I've seen it happen twice. So both times the internet wasn't very good, and let's see, internet not good, lots of people, and it could have been interference or maybe just bad internet. And the only time I was able to break out of that, what I call a connection lock, was by moving out of the area until your phone will reconnect to something else. So if you think about a cellular connection, there's cell phone towers in that area. And I think when there's a problem, then usually it is maybe that area, the cell phone towers you're connected to. So if you move out of that area a little bit, it'll connect to a different tower. That's okay. So I think that's one thing could be. If you're not able to connect to BellAbox Cloud, I would make sure you can connect to it normally. So maybe it is your URL or for OBS or the URL in Moblin that's wrong. But you need to make sure that it will work at home first and then try again, because maybe your settings just aren't the proper ones, because they've got lots of URLs in there. And if it's the wrong one for OBS or the wrong one for Moblin, then it won't connect. So were you able to get it to work normally?
Yeah, this is where we had our first.
Chris. Bitrate was okay, the ballots failed to connect. That's what it sounds like. I think it could be that. It's just the settings. I would double check those. Watch my video. My video on how to set up BellAbox. In fact, Phil from the Moblin Discord, he did a video So maybe his could help, but I think that could be it. That could be what it is. Yeah, problem now. Help me. Searching 3 minutes ago. He'd failed. Yeah. Moblin failed to connect. So your battery was okay. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like it is settings. Details. Oh yeah. At home now, and it's still the same. Well, yeah. Okay. So I'd make sure that you've got the correct URL for OBS. So that's one part. Go through, watch my video, and then also you've got the correct URL for Moblin. So Moblin, if you open up BattlBox Cloud on your phone, BattlBox Cloud on your phone, you can copy the URL from there into Moblin direct. Or you have to do it. I don't know. It doesn't sound like it. There is a problem. So if your bitrate's okay, it sounds like it's either the URL, one of the URLs. Now, if the bitrate wasn't okay, I would say it was the connection. Yeah. Many times. Well, it might take one extra time. You've got to rule it out completely, so I'd go through it again. Because if it's not connecting at home and you've got the same settings, we've got to rule out BattlBox Cloud, the service. I'm using it right now, and we're both here, so it's working. You know? Yeah, there we go. BattlBox Cloud has a Discord as well, but you'll find Moblin team. They're really awesome. They'll help you out the best they can. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, just based on what you've told me. So if the bitrate's okay, you can't connect when you're remote, and you can't connect when you're at home. We've got to rule out the connectivity in Northeast. So it's a process of elimination. What is it? And so far, it sounds like the URL, either in Moblin, the URL in the media source in OBS. Make sure it's a media source, not a VLC source. Yeah. Like I'm pretty certain. Yeah, make sure you're using a media source in OBS, not a browser source, not a VLC player, media source. It would be one of those. And then check the settings that you've got for the media source. Make sure that they're all correct. The URL, triple, quadruple, hexa check it more times. Yeah. So it should connect even to BattlBox without something on the other end. So at the moment, that's what it sounds like. Yeah, if there's a bitrate, then it's probably... So if you're getting a bitrate, then it was able to connect to BattlBox. So it's probably either the media source in OBS or the URL. Now, did you say that there was an error? Oh, make sure you're on the correct plan. It has to be the $10 plan with a relay, SRT-LA relay. If you're on the $5 plan, it doesn't come with anything. So that's just a thank you plan. You just want to support what they're doing. So you don't want any of the services. So I would check. I mean, it doesn't make sense based on what you told us.
As in you wouldn't have a URL at all. But you know, I'm just guessing here based on what I know. On 10, okay. Well, in that case, it rolls out another thing. Yeah, if you got a bit rate, let's say it's another one, because you have a full connector, then let's say you're connected to that's probably the other end. So the other end is not a media source, it's a browser source. Oh, okay. Hello, welcome back. Alright, give me a second, just waiting for the stream to catch up. Okay, guess you missed the message there. The S20 Ultra died. That has not happened, not in a very long time. As the mobile hotspot, I've not had to worry about the Ultra running out of juice. Usually I'll end the stream on about 50%, but I guess splitting the streaming with IRL Pro, gameplay. I did a few extra things that I wouldn't normally do with the Ultra. Yeah, it was a little much on the S20 Ultra, so yeah, it completely died on me. I suppose. It's all learning, eh? It's all part of the process. And for some folks, they do it all offline. You don't really know what's happening. Just kicking my little preview there. Okay. But yeah, good old Anker battery, it'll charge up to 4%. That's enough to get it going. Because it's on ultra fast charging. Got the little blue colour for fast charging. So, I mean, what is it on now? Yeah, it's a little warm, but it's not too bad. But it's 7% battery. So it's going to be able to keep up with what it's doing now, which is just hotspot. That's all it's doing now. So it'll be easier for the Ultra to do that rather than all the other things that I was doing before. Good job, Jeff. Yeah, indeed. True. Offline blokes. I do that too. I should be doing more with my stream, but my focus has been on other stuff, like videos, very important, and this desktop app I'm working on. Go Yannick, trying to set up all the settings from the beginning now. Yeah, it's a good thing to do. Just start over. Maybe you missed one thing and then it kind of broke some of the other stuff. So that's what I found you have to do sometimes. You go, oh really? Man, I don't really want to start over, but I have to. Like I had someone message me, or they wrote a comment on one of my YouTube videos, and it was about port forwarding. They moved from their current location to somewhere where they were on a CG net, so they couldn't do port forwarding anymore, and they were asking, oh, what can I do now? Well, actually before that, they moved locations. 2 different messages now, I remember. Okay, so one message, they moved locations. That person, they say, oh, my port forwarding is not working anymore. I said, well, your settings have probably changed. You're no longer on the same local IP for their computer. Sometimes turning it off and turning it back on again, unplug, will change the IP address. So your port forwarding isn't going to the right place anymore. So go through those steps, start over from the local setup, check, then do the remote one where you're checking where it's being forwarded to. Very technical stuff. But yeah, sometimes you just got to start over to get it working. Even though you already did it before. You're like, oh man. You're like, oh man, don't want to do that all over, but you have to. Sometimes you just got to start over. And then the other person, they had port forwarding before, and they tried to set up port forwarding at their new place because they moved, but that one had CGNet. And my recommendation there was that, hey look, sorry, I think either you look at a service like BattleBox Cloud, or maybe investigate Tailscale, because I've heard you can stream with that and bypass VPNs and CGNets, but I don't have much experience in that. So I'd be curious to see if they were able to get that working. For me, it looks like hotspot problem. Oh, okay. Provider's end. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's got some kind of firewall or something on there that's blocking it. Are you no, you're using BellaBox. BellaBox is just the URL. So it's like putting in a website URL. That URL will work anywhere, you know? So it shouldn't, I say shouldn't, air quotes, be affected by hotspots, VPNs, you name it, CGNet or any of that, because it's just usually like a standard URL that you put in your OBS and a standard URL that you put in your phone. That's what makes it so good. So it was working yesterday? I don't know. Double check you're using the correct stream. Maybe you got 2 different stream setups and in your Moblin, and you're streaming to a different one. Double check that. Make sure it's going to the correct thing. Got to check your password. Make sure that it's the correct password. And sometimes if you delete a relay, server account in BellaBox Cloud, then it'll generate a whole new stream ID. Lots of checking. And then, you know, starting over, they could help. Maybe there's something in there that could help. Okay. What else have we got? Check my list. That's really unusual. That shouldn't matter. I mean, it's basically like you open up a browser and then enter in twitch.com, google.com. You know, you don't need anything for that. But I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I don't know your setup, so maybe it matters, but it shouldn't. Oh yeah, so I did show you something. I don't know if we got it, but there was a snapshot. So we're going to take a snapshot of this view. So it's a thing that I've made in my stream, and I've been working on forever. The Moblin team were able to churn this out pretty quickly. Pretty embarrassing for me, you know. It's like, oh wow. I do it today. I've done it with and without a SIM in the iPhone, and today, because I want to bond, it's a lot easier to bond with the SIM card in the iPhone. The SIM card in the iPhone, SIM card in the S23 Ultra, and then I have the iPhone connected to the Wi-Fi of the S23 Ultra, and I've got the Action 4 going through the S23 Ultra as a mobile hotspot. So that's what I was saying before, that my Ultra is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. It's splitting it up with the streaming part of the iPhone, you know. Let me check that. I use Google Pixel 9 for the hotspot, chat, and iPhone for Moblin. Cool. You've got a 17, don't you? Oh, Koyanik. Oh, sorry, I'm getting messages mixed up. So I was talking to... Okay. Right, cool. Okay, got it. Well, I suppose someone was probably curious about that. That is my setup. iPhone, SIM card, S23 Ultra with a SIM card in it. And then we've got Koyanik here, who has an iPhone, I forget which model you have, and Pixel 9 as your hotspot. and Action 4. Yeah. Yes. Oh, oops, I threw away the wrong thing. Oh no, I didn't. I thought I'd throw away my notes for today. Screen share, external camera via RTMP, predefined messages, gameplay from another phone via RTMP. We've got reading chat from Kick, Twitch and YouTube, TTS from Twitch, Kick and YouTube, got moderating chat on Twitch and Kick, snapshot feature, and lots of other things. That's why Moblin is the bestest currently. We'll see. We'll see if it still reigns supreme at the end of 2026. Threw away the camera. So in today's setup, you're using only one connection. So correction on that, I have 2 SIM cards. And I am bonding. Today I am. I have done a stream with 1 SIM. My latest video on my YouTube channel, that one was a single SIM. Only because I forgot. I forgot to hook up the Nighthawk. The stream before that one, I needed the Nighthawk for my photography camera. So I took the SIM card out of the iPhone, put it into the Nighthawk, and then I had planned on hooking up the Nighthawk, but I just didn't get around to it. But we were still fine. Our stream didn't have any problems for that one. But you know, if it was glitching like it was at the beginning of this stream, then I would have done something. Taken a SIM out of the Nighthawk, put it into the iPhone, or maybe try and add the Nighthawk in. Now I've heard that the streaming phone, if it's got a SIM card in it, it can contribute towards your phone overheating. So it's something you could try if your phone overheats a lot. Take the SIM card out, put it in something else. But I've found it doesn't really make a difference. Not really, I mean it gets warm anyway. I've just been lucky mine hasn't sort of overheated and died a lot. Maybe once or twice out of all the times I've IRL streamed. I believe it was Seoul. One of the days I was there, it was getting pretty hot, pretty toasty. Summer, Seoul, 30 plus degrees, pretty understandable. Ooh, windy. So you had, what? I have 8 or 10. I have 8 and 10, but 8 works much better for bit rate and connection. 8 and 10. Pixel? Or is that the bit rate? Hold on, let me go a bit. So setup, so today's setup you're using only 1 internet, no bonding, so 2 with bonding. And Koreanic, I have 8 and 10. 8 works much better for bitrate and connection. 8 and 10. Bitrate and connection. So is that a pixel 8 and 10? I don't know, I think I missed something there. Yeah, you got to use whatever is your strongest devices for IRL. So I found like the Ultra does a lot for my streams. I don't think I could run Moblin without the S23 Ultra, because it's a flagship device for when it came out. It has the latest 5G, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, everything. So that's one part of my setup. Oh, iPhone. Got it. Okay. Really? So it works on that old of a phone. How about that? That's awesome. Yeah, so I'm on an 11, and my settings with the Ultra, I can do let's see, 6 megabits. I think I'm on 6. Check the settings in my YouTube live description. But I believe I got from the Action 4 into iPhone. Actually, we're going to have a look right here. So, Action 4 to Moblin, I am on 6 megabits, yeah. So, 1080p, Full HD, 6 megabits horizon balancing. So that's what I've been able to do with my phone. So newer phones, you could go to 10 or 20, I think. Your quality will look even better. But I've tried to push it higher than that, it becomes unstable. iPhone 8 and 10, okay. Progressing faster than AI. Yeah, that's what I found too. I can't do higher than that. Like I've heard other people, they'll put in 10 or 20 or say, oh okay, I'll give it a go, and then it starts lagging, it starts glitching and stuff like that. Got one of the churchies out. I think we'll stay over here. I do Sandpiper. Nice. Let's see. So one internet. Should we still use Moblin SRTLA OBS platform setup? Yeah, I do that. Yeah, I think you'll find most people who are getting into this, baby tinkerers like myself, to keep costs down, and then this is where you would start. Then maybe look at other like cloud hosted things like that later. Or if you're making a lot of green, making the big bucks, then you could look at putting it all in the cloud. Do we know anyone like that? Yeah, but I've seen people try, like our good friend Mit 4D, he has played around with wrist instead of SRTLA. Interesting quirks with that system. Like I found with SRTLA, one of its glitchy looks is a grey screen. Now it seemed like wrist had green, so the screen would turn green. Well, maybe there was an encoder issue on his computer. I think Mit's the only one I've seen use wrist. They talk about it. If you're running a business, building for others, then yeah, use cloud. Yeah, you know, something for folks out there. Oh yeah, in RTMP, I found that it'll start doing stretchy screen. So the screen starts stretching. Yeah, I think so. But maybe it was an encoder thing. I think that's what Matt was saying it could be, his encoder playing up. Yeah, I don't like the grey screen, but green, yeah, no thank you. How long have we been going for? We can go for a while, haven't we? Alright, we're up to 20% on
on the Ultra now, so it's been a lot happier. More stable, okay, interesting. Holy moly, 5 hours? Okay, a lot longer than I thought. Huh. My usual is like 3 or 4, but almost 5? Too much yapping, eh? Everyone who is wanting a quick answer to why Moblin is the best IRL live streaming app out there right now. Too much yapping. Okay, so yeah, I've heard of wrist is more stable than SRTLA, says MediaTek. Not tested as yet. Okay. You have to adjust the latency. Oh, so lone artist asking if you want to do picture-in-picture with action camera and front camera of iPhone, how do you get them both in sync? So you have to go into your settings and adjust the latency, either for the RTMP. So if we were to go into the settings, ingest, RTMP server, so that latency in there, that is one value that you could adjust. It's trial and error. There's also another setting, where was it? Advanced. Debug. So debug and built-in audio and video delay, so you could adjust that value. You could also try playing with the stabilization mode for the standard camera, so that can add some latency. But there's no quick way of doing it. I think that is something someone will need to figure out. How do we get those multiple cameras to be in sync? At the moment, if you've got 2 wireless cameras, those will always be out of sync versus the one in your phone. So if you want everything to be in sync, you're not going to get better than the phone's internal cameras. So perhaps there's some kind of invisible timestamp that isn't shown on screen, but it's in the data, whether it's, I don't know, whatever protocol. It sends the timestamp from all the cameras, and then whatever's doing the encoding could readjust them for you. That would be awesome. Yeah, that would be it. That would be the fix. Exactly. So that is a problem. Wait a minute. No, so if you lower the latency, it increases glitching. So the higher the latency is, so if you go from 2000 to 4000, less glitching, at least according to Moblin. But it adds latency. So there's kind of like a fine line of latency versus glitching. So my current number is 2500. Yeah, so do you see there, latency, the higher, the lower risk of stuttering. So if you increase that number, 4000, less stuttering, but more lag. Do you see that screen share? Higher the latency, lower risk of stuttering, but more lag. So it's a trade-off. I've got it on 2500. I don't get as much glitching on that. One thing I would recommend is don't look at your footage and expect it to be in real time. All I use that footage for, there, is my framing. Yes, so don't look at it, otherwise it's going to distract you. You're going to go, oh my god, is that not in sync? Well, don't look at it, don't look at it. Like the way I'm using, I'm not really looking at the video. I know I'm in the middle, that's all I need to know as a streamer.
And it's even worse if I look at the kick player. So that video, even more lag. So as long as I'm in frame, that's all that matters. Look down and go, oh yeah. And then my focus is down here on this chat. I'm looking at that. So that's where you should be looking. Look at the chat, engage with your chat, and then use this just for framing. And then it won't worry you about the latency, the lag, and whatnot. Okay? Cool, Yannick. Any suggestions for same setup with Android only? Well, I think I saw an app, I forget where, but it might have external camera support. But I actually haven't tried it. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, but folks are, I guess they're seeing what Moblin are doing, or maybe they just came up with it on their own accord. That was having support for DJI cameras in their streaming apps. At the moment, the best one I've tried is Moblin. Or if you were doing, if you had, like what I suggest in one of my videos, we use the Memo app and IRL hosting, their service. So that's pretty easy to set up. So that was fairly easy video to go over. I mean, there's still a lot of B-roll and everything. But in terms of what you need to do, it's pretty straightforward. With what I'm doing now, it's a lot more complex. And it depends on your phones. There's a lot more to it. So people have asked me about making a video on this one. That's where I'm still sort of thinking through what that video needs to have. And if you're tuned into enough of my live streams, you'll figure it out anyway. I think you'll get there. There's no reason why yours shouldn't work. It's just a matter of dialing in those numbers, I reckon, and getting the correct settings and everything. Tried IRL, oh yeah, so IRL hosting, that video, but it's not stable connection. That's one of the downsides. So in the city, I found it's fine because there's 5G and good internet in the city, but there's only one connection, and RTMP with HSX4, they're very heavy, so you need that good internet. Not stable, or say saving too much cache, and glitching out to 5-6 Well, yeah, so that would be why. Whereas when I use this app and IRL Pro, they can use those newer protocols and codecs, HSX5, SOTLA, RIST is a new one, so this supports that. It's kind of like a two-part thing. You want your stream to be as small as possible, and then to add more to the upload speeds by bonding. So do you guys recall I said top 10, but way more than 10 favorite features inside of Moblin. Some of these, actually I'll just check that. I was saying some of these are available in IRL Pro. TTS? So screen share, no. External camera, no. Predefined messages, no. Gameplay from another phone, no. Read chat from Twitch Kick, yes, but no YouTube. Moderating chat, no. So it's just purely read only. TTS, yes, I think. Yeah, I think there's TTS in IRL Pro. Snapshot mode, no. So half of one of my favorite things. I wonder if I could come up with 10 favorite things for IRL Pro. External camera. So we did also SRTLA into Moblin, not just RTMP but also SRTLA. External camera, gameplay, predefined messages, snapshot mode, T-test, moderating chat, reading chat, screen sharing. Let's add in being able to see what is happening inside of OBS. So this remote control feature I really like, because I can see what is happening inside of my OBS, as a live snapshot. Now I can also control OBS with this. I guess we'll say it's a part of Moblin. Oh, bonding. That's another one. H.265 and H.264, RTMP, RIST, SRT, SRTLA, they're all supported. Picture in picture mode. Picture, and in picture. So you can have more than one picture in a picture. I have no problem with streaming via IRL Pro. Only one thing is it's massive with phone and gimbal. Yeah, so as you guys may have noticed, it was pretty shaky before when I had the Ultra or even the iPhone on a Selfie Stick. This is a lot smoother, right? I think 24, I was really big on gimbals, but when I switched to this, I haven't used one since. This way is nothing compared to a gimbal, and it's not as weird looking too. You see someone walking around with a gimbal, it looks kind of professional, you know? But there are limits to this. So when you have connection problems, maybe part of what you experience, Koyane, it's kind of hard to get out of that, what I call connection lock. Getting peckish, a bit hungry. Might have to stop in somewhere and grab a bite, but that'll be after I've finished streaming. I do like the sunset. See that colour in the sky? Such a cool colour. I really like the look. Oh, I don't know. I have to check with the household, see what everyone's up to. Probably not. Probably a quiet one, eh? And more working on that desktop app I've been working on. Yeah, grab you guys. I'll walk towards Commercial Bay and shelter over there somewhere. Yeah, heavens have decided to open up on us. So, yikes. That's too late. Missed that one. We'll just jump into the shade over here. Yeah, when I have a project like that I'm really excited about, then and everything else goes on the waiting list. So I'll get around to it. But I'm going to have to work on this YouTube video, the one about IRL Pro. Oh, okay, it's our turn. So I tried to do an IRL Pro version of my video about Moblin, how to IRL stream to Twitch, Kick and YouTube with Moblin, but IRL Pro instead. Now there was a discovery that I didn't really realise until after the stream was over. So I do mention it. I think before I was going to head out. So I'll need to record an additional video for that, just to mention it, and then what I'll do differently compared to that actual stream that we did. I also want to do a live stream similar to this one, but where we go from iPhone, Moblin, S20 Ultra, IRL Pro, and then Orange Pi 5 Plus Battle Box. But I think I need Stream Buddy for IRL Pro and Battle Box. I need to sign up for a month. Oh no! I really like it. I think it's worth it. If you don't have Moblin, get Stream Buddy. Yeah, just that last stream where I was trying to use, it's a real-time chat. You can't multi-stream to Twitch, Kick and YouTube with real-time chat and relaying messages. You need Stream Buddy. You'll be able to moderate your chat. For any naughty boys who start playing up. You can get a few of them, not often. If your mods are onto it, you know, they'll take care of it. Okay. Guess what? This will not be a 6-hour live stream. Or will it? Oh, I know. I do have a hotkey for it. Uptime. Let's try it out. I think Botwix is going to tell us. Hello, Botwix. 5 hours, 17 minutes of IRL with yours truly. I think that's the only chat command I have for Botwix. I've turned all the others off. It started messing with my streamer bot chat commands. And was that Botwix on Twitch? Yeah, okay. Okay, alright. I think we're good. I think we're going to wrap things up there, folks. I thank you for tuning in, listening to my Yappin' Fridays with Cliff Creates. We did eventually get around to more than 10 of my favourite features in Moblin for iPhone. I want to thank all these awesome people and others who have been in the chat. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Alright. Press the button with the predefined message. One of those 10 items to wrap up the stream. No raid or anything today. Also going to turn off our screen share because it's going to mess with our ending soon scene. Thank you, everybody. Hope you have a great long weekend if you're local, or a great weekend. Alright, let's head on out. Now we did have a new bronze member. I don't think my system's going to tell me if I can beat the timer. Maybe I can get the thank you. Thank you subscribers, thank you followers, thank you members. Appreciate everybody. You guys are awesome. So this happened today as well, if I can bring it up. So Dan Wexer, there we go, got it. Thank you Dan Wexer for becoming a bronze member. Thank you everybody. Hope you have a great weekend. I'll see you next time.